Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President.
Honourable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator the Honourable Hassel Bacchus and Senator Evans Welsh, both of whom are out of the country, and to Senator the Honourable Donna Cox, who is ill. Honourable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency the President, Paula May Weeks, ORTT. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by Her Excellency Paula May Weeks, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Mr. Ndale Young, whereas Senator the Honourable Hassel Bacchus is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago, now therefore I, Paula May Weeks, President as aforesaid, acting in accordance with the advice of the Acting Prime Minister, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, do hereby appoint you, Ndale Young, to be a member of the Senate temporarily, with effect from the 26th of April 2022, and continuing during the absence of Senator the Honourable Hassel Bacchus from Trinidad and Tobago. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President St. Anne's this 26th day of April 2022. To Mr. Michael Seals, whereas Senator the Honourable Donna Cox is incapable of performing her duties as a senator by reason of illness. Now therefore I, Paula May Weeks, President as aforesaid, acting in accordance with the advice of the Acting Prime Minister, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(b) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, do hereby appoint you, Michael Seals, to be a member of the Senate temporarily, with effect from the 26th of April 2022, and continuing during the absence of Senator the Honourable Donna Cox by reason of illness. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President St. Anne's this 26th day of April 2022. To Mr. John Heath, whereas Senator Evans Welsh is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago, now therefore I, Paula May Weeks, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(c) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, do hereby appoint you, John Heath, to be a member of the Senate temporarily, with effect from the 26th of April 2022, and continuing during the absence of Senator Evans Welsh from Trinidad and Tobago. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President St. Anne's this 26th day of April 2022. Honourable Senators, Senators are required to take the oath.
I, Ndala Young, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which I am about to enter. I, Michael Seals, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibility to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
I, John Heath, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which I am about to enter.
Papers.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the names of the Minister of Planning and Development, the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, the Minister of Labour, the Minister of Public Utilities, and the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister. The annual report of the Environmental Management Authority for the year 2019, the annual report of the Environmental Management Authority for the year 2020, the annual administrative report of the San Fernando City Corporation for the period 2016-2017, the annual administrative report of the Occupational Health and Safety Authority and Agency for the period October 2017 to September 2018, the annual report of the Trinidad and Tobago Postal Corporation for the period 2012-2013, and the annual reports on the Freedom of Information Act, Chapter 2202, for the years 2014 and 2015.
Reports from committees.
Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Madam President, I have the honour to present the following report as listed on the order paper in my name. The second report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration, second session, 2021-2022, 12th Parliament, on an examination of unemployment during the COVID-19 pandemic and the state's capacity to provide support to persons who became unemployed as a result of the pandemic. Thank you.
Urgent questions.
Senator Mark.
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. To the Minister of Works and Transport. In light of the recent protests staged by villagers in respect of the road conditions along the Guayco-Tamana Road, can the Minister indicate what is being done to address the issues raised?
Sport.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the Guayco-Tamana Road starts at the Eastern Main Road and extends approximately 24.5 kilometers. From the 0 to 12 kilometer, the roadway is in a good condition. And from the 12 kilometer to the 17 kilometer, it is in a fair condition. The limit of the general community extends to about 17 kilometer mark. And there are a few localized houses from the 17 kilometer to the 19.2 kilometer. Thereafter, the roadway comprises of a dirt road, which is utilized by loggers. The logging contributes to the poor condition from the 19.2 kilometer to the 24 kilometer. And the Highway Division has recently undertaken its first phase restoration works to the Carmichael Road, inclusive of earthen roadside drains and sub-base and base course in localized areas to facilitate connectivity from Guayco-Tamana Road through the Carmichael onto the Komoto Main Road. The Highways Division will continue with such works along the Guayco-Tamana Road and the Carmichael Road once funding is available. Thank you.
Yes. Can I ask the Honourable Minister, the area where the protests took place involving these villagers, can the Minister indicate in that specific area, can the Minister indicate to this Honourable Senate, through you, Madam President, when will that portion of the roadway be repaired?
As I said, Madam President, from the 17 kilometer mark on, it's a dirt road where a lot of logging is taking place. So the priority is the areas that we have the houses, and so work have already started, a contract have already been issued, and based on the availability of funding, the entire roadway will be worked on to ensure that the road is passable. Thank you.
Can I ask the Honourable Minister, through the President, can you give the Senate any commitment or assurance that you will be able to use your good offices to convince the Minister of Finance to allocate the appropriate sums of monies needed to complete those works that are needed at this time?
Madam President, the member, the Honourable Senator, would have been in the Parliament for a long time. He would have served in government, and he understands that the process used for budgetary allocations, where the ministry will put forward its budget, but it's all up to the Minister of Finance on the allocation, based on the allocation that is committed to the program, and we would function based on the allocation received from the Ministry of Finance. Thank you.
Next question, Senator Mark.
To the Minister of Education. In light of the decision of parents to keep their children home because of the unhealthy and unsuitable conditions at the Brighton AC Primary School, can the minister state how soon will the parents' concerns be addressed?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the parents of Brighton Anglican Primary School have not kept their children at home, nor are the conditions at the school unsanitary and unsuitable. The school was recently decanted due to infrastructural issues at its original building, and one classroom space at the school, having been recently refurbished, was carded to be used by students on Tuesday, 26th April. On Monday, 25th April, some parents of Standard 3 brought their children to school, but they could not be accommodated in this space as the paint fumes needed to be diffused. These parents returned home with their children on Monday, 25th, and today, Tuesday, 26th, they are at school physically, and all classroom areas have been sanitized and are in readiness for occupation.
Madam President, can the minister give this Senate the assurance that given the work or works that have been done by the ministry, there is no possibility of a repetition of this incident that recently occurred at this particular primary school? Can you provide us with that assurance?
Minister.
Madam President, as I had said, all the classroom spaces are ready for occupation. They have been sanitized, and therefore they are available for the use of the children of Brighton Anglican at this time.
Senator Mark.
Can the minister indicate whether that particular primary school is in a state of dilapidation and the parents are seeking alternative accommodation for their children at this particular point in time? Can the minister indicate whether the Brighton AC Primary School is in good condition for children's occupation?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
Questions on notice? Questions for oral answer?
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, the government is in a position to respond to all the questions for oral answer on the order paper today.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Question number 72 to the Attorney General.
Acting Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the government does not have any policy to furlough unvaccinated public sector workers, and accordingly, the Honourable Senator's question requires no further answer as it's based on a false premise.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask the Honourable Attorney General, through your good self, whether the government has abandoned this public policy or proposed policy to follow unvaccinated public sector workers? Through you, Madam President.
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
Can the Honourable Attorney General indicate whether out of public resistance, militant action, that the government was forced ultimately not to pursue this draconian policy?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
can the Honourable Attorney General indicate whether there is any intention, Madam President, of the government to revisit its decision to address this policy measure in the future?
Senator Mark, that question does not arise based on the question that was posed and the answer received.
So, can I ask the Attorney General, therefore, that the government has allowed good sense to prevail in this matter, and therefore the government has abandoned this policy? Madam President?
Senator Mark, was that a question?
Yes.
Well, had that been a question, it would not arise. Can we move on to the next question, please?
Question number 73 to the Prime Minister.
Minister of Public Administration.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Public Administration, circular memorandum to permanent secretaries and heads of department dated December 31st, 2021 on the subject of public service and public sector vaccination program sought to do three things: inform permanent secretaries and heads of department of the government's proposed policy to have the public sector operate as a quasi-safe zone with effect from January 17, 2022, advise permanent secretaries and heads of department of the vaccination program that was ongoing, and solicit information that would allow for proper planning and efficient rollout of the proposed vaccination program. Nowhere in the permanent secretary's circular memorandum was any request made for public sector workers to review their vaccination status. The permanent secretary's request to PSs and heads of divisions was to provide information regarding the vaccination status of their organizations, that is, number of persons vaccinated, not who, and number of persons not vaccinated, not who. Madam Speaker, Madam President, it is my considered opinion, therefore, that this request was in no way contrary to the rights of workers as enshrined in the Constitution and provided in the Data Protection Act. And I wish to reiterate, as stated before, that the request for information was solely for the purpose of proper planning and the efficient rollout of the then proposed vaccination program, which in itself was intended to suppress the spread of COVID-19 in the public sector and the wider national community. In the circumstances, Madam President, no investigation has been launched because none is necessary, and since no investigation has been launched, there are no findings to be provided. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Mark.
Yeah. Madam President, can I ask, through you to the Honourable Minister, whether the government has abandoned this policy?
Senator Mark, that question does not arise.
Can I ask, through you to the Honourable Minister, what would have been the consequences of any worker in the public sector not willing to share his private and personal data with the permanent secretaries in the various ministries? Can I ask, through you, Madam President?
Yes, I've heard the question, and it's not allowed.
Can I ask, through you, that again, Madam President, given the militant resistance put up by the working class against this draconian policy, the government had no choice but to discontinue this policy as proposed? Can I ask that through you as a question?
That question does not arise.
Can I proceed to my other question, Madam President? Madam President?
Yes.
I didn't hear you.
Next question. Yeah.
Okay. Question number 74 to the Attorney General.
Acting Attorney General.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the government has no policy to furlough any workers in the public sector, as the question is proposed, and therefore there are no further answers to be offered, as this question is based on a false premise.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask the Attorney General whether his government has abandoned that policy?
Senator Mark, that question does not arise.
Can I ask the government, through the Attorney General, can I ask the Attorney General, through the Honourable President, that given the militant resistance put up by the working class against this decision by the government, that the government of Trinidad and Tobago was forced to withdraw this policy, Madam President?
Senator Mark, that question is not allowed.
Can I ask through you, Madam President, whether the government has any intention of revisiting such a draconian anti-people policy in the future?
And Senator Mark, I won't allow that question. Next question, Senator Sipasad.
I thought I had a final one, ma'am.
I
thought I had 4.
You have one more, Senator Mark. My apologies.
No, I give way, thank you.
Yeah? Okay. Senator Sipasad.
Madam President, question 135 to the Minister of Finance.
Acting Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank the Honourable Senator for this question. It's rooted very heavily in the Financial Action Task Force responses. Madam President, the 2021 Global Financial Integrity Report, published on 15th October 2021, is in fact dated and does not represent a true reflection on Trinidad and Tobago. That report relied primarily on 3 main sources of information for Trinidad and Tobago. Number 1, the 2016 4th round mutual evaluation report of Trinidad and Tobago. Number 2, the 3rd follow-up report, again from FATF, published in June 2019. And 3, the Financial Intelligence Unit Report, FIU Report 2020, which, as you know, is for the year prior. As a matter of fact, Trinidad and Tobago received its 5th round mutual evaluation report in September 2020 after an on-site visit in January 2020. And we performed so well that Trinidad and Tobago was given public commendation by FATF, and we were removed from the grey listing that is traditionally referred to in jurisdictions. Relative to the Senator's question as it pertains to country summary, the report identified 3 principal factors. 1, length of judicial process. 2, poor enforcement of anti-corruption legislation, and they made reference to the Integrity in Public Life Act. And 3, issues surrounding the gaming and betting sector. As is evidence from the 5th round mutual evaluation report of the Financial Action Task Force, I can say, in addition to those matters publicly declared, and in addition to the work before us now, in answer to those 3 issues, with respect to the length of judicial process, as you're well aware, Madam President, the criminal justice system has received, in terms of operationalization of legislation, the creation of specialist divisions of court. Number 1, the criminal division. Number 2, the children and family division. Number 3, the civil division. Number 4, the probate division, with specialist courts being able to be created, as for example by Section 24 of the criminal division. Dedicated resources to the creation of 100 new courtrooms. Outfitting of additional accommodation for the conduct of jury trials. The introduction of ICT equipment, which allows for 12 virtual courts and multiple virtual access centers, with every laptop now being a courtroom. Madam President, legislation was also passed to move the capacity of judicial officers from 36 to 64 in the High Court, from 12 to 15 in the Court of Appeal. We raised the judicial age of retirement to 70, as you're well aware, and we increased the number of criminal masters from 2 to 29. Madam President, we also introduced rules of court for the first time ever. We digitized the magistrates' court. We removed the officers of clerks of the court, and put in registrars of the court in a fully digitized environment. Thousands of backlog of transcription evidence was removed by the utilization of voice transcription services. And Madam Speaker, Madam President, as you know, of the 146,000 cases per year in the Magistrates Court, 104,000 cases were removed by motor vehicle and road traffic amendments. 8,500 marijuana cases were removed by virtue of the decriminalization of marijuana, and with the imminent proclamation of the abolition of preliminary inquiries, 26,000 of that number will fall into a different category. Madam President, of course, there is judicial technology for filing, which is now on an online 24-hour basis. You no longer have to turn up at the court. So all of these factors are not reflected in that report, which is why I said it was dated, and therefore the current position needs to be reflected. If I turn to the poor enforcement of anti-corruption legislation, Madam President, beyond the Integrity in Public Life Act, of course, we have passed a slew of legislation to treat with anti-corruption. The FATF packages, the Global Forum packages, the EU packages, the PCA amendments, the Proceeds of Crime amendments, the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters amendments, the Companies Act amendments, the Explain Your Wealth amendments. And Madam President, that is to be supplemented by the Whistle Protection Bill 2022, campaign finance legislation, which is the sister to public procurement, the Miscellaneous Provisions Local Government Reform Bill, Madam President, just to name a few. In the round, therefore, with the improvements in the judicial capacity, add in the legislation, the removal of backlog requirements, the decluttering of the courts and the streamlining of processes, we're a very far way away from the reflections in that 2021 GF report. Madam President, as it relates to the gaming and betting sector...
Minister, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Senator Sipasad.
Thank you. Through you, Madam President. Thank you, Honourable AG. I understand the judicial and legislative amendments and so on. But what about the FIU and TTPS being provided with the necessary resources to fully investigate and prosecute the high and low level crimes to get it into the judicial system? What does the government intend to do in that respect?
Senator, Acting Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank the Honourable Senator for the question. Madam President, plant and machinery, people, processes, law. In adding people and processes with rules of court, etc., I can say that the government has prepared and will come with the National Prosecution Agency, which harmonizes the resources in respect of prosecutors. The office of the DPP in Tobago has been opened. San Fernando is near completion, and the entire office in Port of Spain at Park Street is soon to be occupied. It's actually been prepared for well over 2 years right now, and there are a few security issues that are just being ironed out. That is to be added to the amendments to the Administration of Justice preliminary inquiries and the Criminal Division, where we streamline the ability of Trinidad and Tobago police to prosecute matters. So they are now in the position of prosecutors alongside the DPP that handles 5%. So the people factor is being managed. As it relates to the FIU reports are testimony to the functionality of the FIU. The FIU is now reporting thousands of matters because the manner in which they're reported has been changed because the source comes from the financial institutions and the companies registry, attorneys at law, and other listed entities that report. So if you look to the $23 billion in suspicious activity, the reports demonstrate that the FIU is working very well. What was required was an adjustment to the processes by which they did. So I'd just like to end by saying we should focus on the immense strides that Trinidad and Tobago has made. We don't need dated reports from the outside world to trip us up, even though they are, as a matter of fact, the FATF report is one of the best reports you'll see, reflecting an on-site assessment of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank the Senator for the question.
Senator Sipasad.
Madam President, can I go on to the next question?
Of course.
Thank you. Question 136 to the Minister of Trade and Industry.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much. In view of the establishment of a commission of inquiry to investigate the circumstances that led to the deaths of 4 divers contracted by LMCS Limited to conduct pipeline maintenance for ParlView Trading Limited, it is not considered appropriate to answer this question at this time. The Commission of Inquiry's terms of reference are broad and comprehensive and may include an examination of these issues. And as such, the Commission should be allowed to do its work free of interference. Thank you.
Senator Sipasad.
Madam President, your guidance, please. So I can't ask any follow-on questions.
You're free to pose your questions. It depends on how relevant those questions will be to the answer that has been given.
Well, let's see how it goes. Through you, Madam President, to the Minister. Will the standards include the setting up of monitoring and evaluation and audit functions in the diving companies that will allow them to verify diver certification, integrity of equipment, etc., and review the risk assessment of each dive operation?
Mr. Sipasad, based on the response that was given, that question does not arise.
Well, Madam President, I think the other questions will be in that same light. So,
well, I think, Senator Richards, you have a question. Senator Richards has a supplemental.
Thank you. Madam President, given the response of the Honourable Minister of Trade and given the fact that diving continues, has the government carried out an assessment of if the present diving standards are adequate and being adhered to prevent a recurrence while the Commission of Inquiry is ongoing to protect lives in that time frame?
Minister.
Same, and it really is inappropriate for me to comment any further on this.
Next question, Senator Sipasad.
137 to the Minister of Trade and Industry.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Madam President. In view of the establishment of a Commission of Inquiry to investigate the circumstances that led to the deaths of 4 divers contracted by LMCS Limited to conduct pipeline maintenance for ParlView Trading Limited, it is not considered appropriate to answer this question at this time. The Commission of Inquiry's terms of reference are broad and comprehensive and may include an examination of these issues, and as such, the Commission should be allowed to do its work free of interference. Thank you.
Senator Sipasad.
Madam President, I don't think the questions would be allowed.
Sure.
Introduction of bills.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Surreptitious Club of Port of Spain Incorporation Act 1972, Act number 26 of 1972, be read a first time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Surreptitious Club of Port of Spain Incorporation Act 1972, Act number 26 of 1972.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trinidad and Tobago Association for Retarded Children Ordinance 1961, Ordinance number 15 of 1961, be read a first time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trinidad and Tobago Association for Retarded Children Ordinance 1961, Ordinance number 15 of 1961. Public business. Private members' business. Motions.
Honourable members, the debate on the following motion, which was in progress when the Senate adjourned on Tuesday, March 22, 2022, will be resumed. Be it resolved that this Senate call on the government to table in Parliament within 6 months a comprehensive policy framework that will guide key stakeholders, including MSMEs, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, and commercial banks, on how the government intends to navigate the tightness in the foreign exchange market to overcome downside risks in the medium and long term. Six members spoke, including Senator Amrita Deonarine, the Honourable Colm Imber, MP, Minister of Finance, Senator Wade Mark, Senator Sharice Sipasad, Senator the Honourable Paula Gopi-Schoon, Senator Damian Lyder. Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon again, colleagues. I had planned to go quite late in the batting lineup today, but given the fact that my presentation is going to be very short and simply takes the format of 12 or so questions, I think it prudent and advised that it may be more prudent to pose the questions early so that a member of the government's bench may be able to answer some of the questions in terms of providing context in terms of the motion moved by Senator Dion-Ryan. I'd like to also put on the record my congratulations and commendations to Senator Dion-Ryan for bringing this motion, because I think it's very timely and important at this time. So these are the questions, at which point I will end my presentation. First, what was, and it's also in light of the fact that there's so much nuanced and even misinformation in the public domain regarding Forex and the state's policy. So to get responses to these questions from the Ministry of Finance, perhaps, or the government would, to me, add some clarity to many of the situations surrounding Forex availability in the country. One, what is the Forex reserve balances over the past 5 years, and how does the government characterize the Forex performance over the same period? Two, how are these changes, or are these changes correlated with the performance of the economy, and if so, how? Three, what difficulties have been identified and reported by manufacturers and consumers in accessing Forex, and what steps have been taken or are being taken to address same? Four, what are projected net flows for the short, medium, and long term, 2, 5, and 10 years in terms of Forex in and out of the country? Five, what is Trinidad Tobago's present Forex cover, and what is the trend in the past 5 years? Six, what are TNT's Forex revenue inflows year by year for the past 5 years from various sectors? Seven, what are Trinidad Tobago's top Forex earners year by year and sector by sector for the past 5 years? Eight, what has been the impact of the closure of Petrotrin and the formation of Heritage and Paria, specifically on net foreign exchange flows in the past 2 years, taking into consideration the use of Forex to purchase bitumen and other aligned products to sustain the industry? What are the inflows from the sale of petrochemical products? 9, what is TNT's annual international debt service payments over the past 5 years, year by year? 10, what are Trinidad Tobago's current international loan balances as at March 2022? Next, what are Trinidad Tobago's capital flight estimates over the past 5 years, and what have the trends been? And what is the official government policy on foreign exchange management in this critical situation? Madam President, that ends my presentation in terms of the questions. Thank you.
Senator Dial Singh.
Thank you, Madam President, for allowing me to partake in this debate this this afternoon. And first of all, I must congratulate fellow Senator Dana for bringing up this issue, because it has been amongst the population in terms of persons writing letters, persons trying to reach out to say that they were having some difficulty in getting foreign exchange. It's something that has been out there. And Senator Dana actually made some suggestions which I would like to support, and I said she also got the support from fellow Senator Sipasad, who mentioned that she also thinks it is necessary that we have some sort of a greater equity in giving the foreign exchange. Now, I listened to the Minister of Finance and also the Minister of Trade and Industry, their responses. And definitely we have seen the government has done a lot in terms of trying to encourage small business, trying to have the loans given to these entities. Sometimes if they don't have collateral, government would have tried to help those individuals. And even we heard in the exam that, I think a question was posed to the Minister of Finance about, when he said he was intending to increase the amount of US dollars available to persons applying. I think he said that in a matter of shortly he would give us a feedback on that. It would go to cabinet for that increase. So we are hoping we get that increase. So when I looked at Senator Dana Rang's important questions, I noticed that she acknowledged that much is being done by the government, but she also realized that there is a section out there who may be feeling that they are disfranchised. And I think I may want to say she did give a criticism to the banking industry for any sort of shortcomings. And first, I might say, we have to appreciate the banks and the 13 institutions are given foreign currency to see if they could disperse it. And we have to figure, when they get this foreign currency, if there are persons rumbling, persons saying, there's some sort of inequity, I think government is duty-bound to see if this is so, and if it is so, to see if we can have anything to fix it. Because if there are some sort of grouse out there with persons asking for these some sort of a relief, I think we need to look and see if this is so. So Senator Dana Rang went on to explain that small business was suffering. I think she said that some people were applying. And I wanted to see, is that, so that, does she have support in that? And definitely the Sour Business Association had also given their criticism in the sense that they found that small and medium-sized business, I think it was in November 21st last year, where they were saying there was a need to address this important issue. Besides her, we have seen that other persons would have also responded and see there was a need for this. And I would like to quote, Madam, article that I saw here, where it actually itemized the plight of certain persons. And this article, I must say, it's an article that I think it was Denise Demin. It was Sunday, the 16th of June, 2019, where she wrote an article. It was published, I think, in the Express, where she said, why can't we get foreign exchange when Starbucks, Wendy's, etc. keep popping up? And in this article, she made mention the allocation of foreign exchange to Jane and Bihari public continues to be inequitable and discriminatory. The ordinary citizen cannot get foreign exchange, but franchises keep popping up. And clearly, you see Starbucks, Chuck E. Cheese, well, Chuck E. Cheese is no longer here, but Wendy's, the Porsche dealership. So she made mention to the fact, the same thing that Senator Dana Rang actually tried to to bring across. And she actually mentioned 3 cases of citizens who became so angry that they could not get foreign exchange to carry. And this is what I wanted to mention. She mentioned case 1 of a returning resident who sold his property in England, bought the funds to Trinidad, built a home with the intention of retiring, and after 10 years, he's so disenchanted that he wants to move on but cannot get access to the money after selling his newly built house. He's now stuck in a place with money that he can only spend locally. Case 2 is a woman who has been living abroad for 15 years and has been investing in financial instruments which have matured, but she cannot get the funds out of the country now to her continued life abroad. Case 3 of another woman who emigrated 20 years ago and cannot get access to a retirement lump sum or monthly pension. So she said also in the article, I've had a humiliating experience of having to line up daily to get US $100 in order to carry out some random transaction. Something is terribly wrong with the system. It appears to favor those with contact and access. So therefore, she mentioned this. And there were other letters in the media who actually, persons complaining from time to time. Up recently, we had a patient with leukemia, a child who died, and actually the parents said they were trying to get foreign currency, and it was challenging. So those are factors, Madam President, that we have to see how we could address this. We may have best medical care here, but there are certain cases where certain conditions, someone may rather go out with their child. They may have the local currency, but they think they are often better treatment in a leukemia center elsewhere. And sometimes they are turned away and said, well, you could get leukemia treatment here, so therefore you're not going to get the foreign currency. Now, this is unfair, because if I know there are shortcomings here, and I want to carry my child abroad, and I am thinking, cases like that, madam, we have to see somehow if we can get something to work in that scenario. And this is why that was one scenario that we heard from medical conditions where people want to go. And the second scenario we heard, besides persons seeking medical treatment, where persons may have children abroad. So someone would have gotten a child in a university abroad, want their child to go abroad to study, but they have to go begging, they have to go pleading, they have to humiliate themselves. And remember, our first Prime Minister, his trust was in education. His trust was in educating the nation. And even though there's a global world out there, people could go and be educated all over. We should encourage that. Similarly, people may want to come here because the University of the West Indies is a top place, an institution, one of the top 5. And what I'm saying, we have done well. So similarly, people may want to come here. So therefore, I am trying to suggest that I've gotten from the Minister of Finance, he may not like to put any sort of restrictions in the banking industry. He thinks that, he made mention that the train has gone already, and therefore he's not going to try to see if we could sort of put any sort of financial restrictions on our foreign currency. But I'm thinking we may have to develop a policy from the central bank giving directives to these 13 institutions that when people apply for loans for health reasons, and they would have had valid reports that they are going to certain institutions, when persons apply for their children to go to a university. In cases like that, there should be a straight policy that the central bank said you have to accommodate that. If you are banking with whatever institution, they have to entertain that. Because you see, banks may have their foreign currency, but if they are in the habit of only giving their big clients, this is an injustice to persons who may have to go begging when they are already in a situation with a health issue with one of their relatives, and already when the joy of getting their children away, they cannot. So I'm suggesting this should be some sort of regulation that the central bank may have to give those things. So that was one suggestion I'm thinking that I want to see if we could somehow get that in place if, the government is hesitant to widen that scope of controlling. But then let's look at the control of the banks. So the banking industry, right? So the Daily Express, madam, I'd like to quote, on June 22nd, 2021, when the Bankers Association of Trinidad and Tobago said they recognize that what is happening in the economy, and they supported the government's endeavor to help the small business loan programs. And so it gives the impression that they were there to seeing exactly what's happening in the economy and seeing to assist the government. But, madam, with due respect, the banking industry is really there to make profits for their shareholders. So they may say something, but we really have to get that action from them. And it is natural if a big company is going to be putting money, investing money in your bank account, it's natural you would want to hold on to your big client and give your big client the foreign exchange they want because they're investing in you, and you kind of neglect the other. So it's a natural thing. So I'm seeing it's there. But remember, our history, madam, our history with the banking industry, in 1970, there was the Black Power Revolution where the banks were held, persons were saying their hiring practices, etc., the runnings of things, a lot were to be desired. So do we have a system now here where the bank managers are the ones who are the newsers in the game? They are the new masters where they now have the control to see who can get and who cannot get foreign currency. And this is what we have to know. Is there a oligopoly existing in the bank? I wanted to know, Madam President, you see, I would like to just read into the account here where there was the Joint Select Committee on Finance and Legal Affairs on the inquiry into the commercial banking fees in Trinidad and Tobago. It was done in 2017. And what was mentioned here, madam, was when the questions were used to the president of the association, the president of the Bankers Association of Trinidad and Tobago, whether commercial banks have a formula for the disbursement of foreign exchange. And, this was in response to a question on the formula and criteria used to distribute Forex to customers and who dictates how much a customer receives. The vice president of BAT informed the committee there is no specific formula. He indicated that the various account managers and branch managers determine how Forex is distributed. The news as I want to put it there. The consideration is given to the purpose behind the transaction, for example, the size of long outstanding payables owed to foreign suppliers. But there is no prioritization in the distribution of Forex apart from the monies owed to the foreign suppliers. So definitely there, we saw that the bank managers are the ones who may have the greatest degree to say yes or no, yea or nay. So therefore, I am asking that, somehow we need a policy. And in the two cases I mentioned before, that we may have to tell the banks, listen, we need you to in cases like that, give consideration. And you see, madam, people may want to know, is there also some sort of, I think it was Senator Leiter mentioned that, the banks may want to invest the foreign currency into their own portfolio because they are there and they are investing. So it was suggested that somehow they may have their foreign currency but use it to their advantage to gain for their own investment purposes. But we have to understand, madam, I have heard out there that you may have banks lending, giving foreign currency to certain preferential customers, and those customers may be selling it on the black market. And the talk is that sometimes you may have it on the black market, sell it on the black market, and you get a cut coming right through. Now, if that is true, we need to investigate. If there are banks and banks managers guilty of this, we need to be aware of it. We need to realize that a transparency in this whole situation will prevent that from occurring. So therefore, a call for more transparency, I think, is needed. And saying that while the banks are there, and even the governments too, borrow internally from the banks. So you may find the government may be sometimes a bit hesitant. Or it might be a conflict of interest for a government to tell a bank, listen, we want to go put some regulations to tell you how you're going to lend your money. And, somehow they are the ones who, with internal borrowing, depend on the same banks to give them some money in the local scenario. So therefore, I think, yes, we definitely need some sort of control in the banks. We definitely need to make sure that there's no sort of between the banks, there's no sort of agreement how they are going to spend this. Because remember, it's competition. If a bank decides that I'm going to really serve the people, that bank could easily have such a policy that is a small man would be able to come into that bank, and it is this small man who will be able to get the foreign currency easier. But I'm not seeing that. So something, have me wondering if there's something more into it where there's some sort of collusion. Because, if you have those banks there, definitely, or even a credit union, definitely, those should be catering for the smaller personnel. But Senator Deonarang's suggestion now that we need that foreign currency to stimulate our economy. And we need that for the small businesses to stimulate. And again, I also realize that Forex is still viewed as the panacea of our recovery. But we have to appreciate, madam, most of that foreign currency, and I think Senator Wademark did mention the fact that, that there was a showroom for the Volvo class cars. And he was actually saying that why should we spend our foreign currency into those articles? Because the Minister of Finance was saying foreign currency should only be given to persons and companies who can actually show that they are in fact being able to contribute back to society, to get back some sort of earnings, and not persons who will just go and buy stuff and sell it over. But some big companies are doing that. And the cars is one aspect of that. And this is, so the Minister of Finance did have a valid point, because we would like to give to companies our scarce foreign reserves that will be able to turn it over and bring back something, export things. And definitely that is a dream. But when you see now the duplicity that other persons are being able to bring in stuff that may be non-essential. Madam, the alcohol. I think it was in 2011, I think there was an article I read, I think it was $35 million, I think, we spent on alcohol. I'm not too sure of the figure, but there was on alcoholic beverages. So there was that. And I wonder, well, people are just bringing in alcohol, and I think it was 2011, 32 million in alcohol that we actually put out to bring in alcohol. Now, if I look at this matter, and I'm seeing there, we know alcohol causes a lot of social problems. We know it causes cancer. One drink a day could cause cancer. My problem is, if somebody is fighting to get foreign currency for medical purposes, and they see now we are allowing people to bring in alcohol, it sends, and somehow it doesn't seem to right to me, being a medical practitioner, to have this going. But what could we do? Could government really try to control it? I think they could, because you can give higher taxes, which you have done in the past. And there was a university lecturer, Ms. Lafoucade, who did a research on the CARICOM, and she said when you raise the prices of alcohol, the taxes on alcohol and cigarettes, you do get that gain, because you get more earning, plus you have the social benefit, plus you save on foreign currency within the Caribbean. So this university lecturer did that. So one option to the government, if you don't want these companies to bring in the alcohol, put higher taxes. If you don't want to at least, even when new alcoholic products come in, you don't register them. So therefore, it's now easier to register a new drink of vodka than to register medicine. Sometimes if you're going to bring in a medication, it takes a lot of paperwork, a lot of problems to bring in new medication, which the FDA has approved. Trinidad is very tardy. Some anti-cancer drugs are waiting here to be approved for years. Yet still, I bring a new bottle of scotch with an added flavor of something, I can bring it in quickly. So our problem is we have to prioritize. So if you have to bring in a list again, because I think the minister was hesitant to say any sort of foreign control. But I'm thinking if we don't bring in that list where at one stage, you had to go through the ECU to get certain things. At one stage, certain things you couldn't bring in. And, certain goods were blacklisted. And I'm thinking if we have to reach a stage like that to pop up our resources, mind you, we are still in a good way, because I think it's 6.7 million we have of foreign reserves, and I think so we are still in a good way. But we have to now look at prioritizing what's good for the country, what's good for in terms of non-essentials coming in. And I make mention to the fact that the medication was one thing, and I have known companies, madam, small companies who try to bring in medication and they're not getting foreign exchange. So even though the minister did give a point that companies are not suffering so much and are getting, small companies. And if you're not bringing in these medicine and drugs, it is really to the disadvantage of the persons that are the patients that are there dependent on these less costly medicines. I have two companies I know who import drugs from India, and they do, in fact, bring in some stuff that right now the patients are not getting. And I know the Minister of Health may say sometimes when persons draw attention to the fact that certain drugs are not in the hospitals, he tends to take offense of that. But it is true, right now in UK, even the HRT drugs for hormone replacement therapy, they don't have, but it's not really to foreign currencies due to demand, supplies, the war, whatever. So therefore, madam, I want to say that with Senator Deonarang's motion, I think it's a good motion there. I think the fact is she did make mention that we need a foreign currency to build back our economy, but not all persons may think this, because there are some persons, I think, who may think like there's Keston K. Perry, madam. He is specialized in developmental policy. And he wrote, I think, in an article he wrote on the 12th of April 2017, if we are going to depend on too much foreign currency, the countries will not really progress. So he was one critical where reliance on international markets by itself is not a good problem, he said, and an over-reliance on foreign capital for local production needs and limited structural change or diversification. And he said, while some, so his trust in it is, we need a foreign currency for basic things. And the minister did say we need it for paying water, to get our water supply and T&Tech, because we are in some sort of agreement to get those and pay in US. But this citizen here, Keston Perry, this developmental policy specialist, he was saying we should really try to develop, have less dependence on this foreign currency. So that's a trust on certain persons. Even a study done in TT's socioeconomic development by Dr. Sophia Edwards, the assistant professor at Providence College. She concluded that higher concentration of foreign direct investments have a significant and negative effect on development, which supports the view that a greater dependence on foreign capital may allow foreign investors to exert more influence over the host country's resource extracting and economic policies in ways that are incompatible with national development. So there's a group out there who thinks or who believe that less dependence. But madam, we know for a fact we should be cutting out our dependence on this, but we are our own worst enemies, because who it is would like to buy these fancy stuff. When you look at our taste, madam, our tastes have changed. We have changed from a country who used to drink red label Scotch to now blue label. We have changed from a company where some of the females may use the Sasha products, but I see females out there, I don't know if they have Mary Kay or makeup. I mean, you have to choose eventually, do you support local Sasha, or do you go for Mary Kay, or do you go for those fancy Chanel makeup? All these are things that we will have to reorganize ourselves, knowing there's a shortage, knowing that people cannot get medication. And it calls for the leadership to bring that talk, to at least convince us to say, listen, drink drink Carib instead of drinking foreign beer like Blue Moon. So these are things we have to do as a nation, and our leaders have to sell us the picture that we have to go for it. But Madam, you see, we have to question certain persons who keep getting the foreign currency. And Madam, I must say, remember, Andre Abraham of Fire One Fireworks was quoted as saying once that recently there was a significant increase in fireworks sales this year, despite an increase in prices this year due to shipping expensive sales.
Senator Dialsing, sure. You have 5 more minutes.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam. So when you see these fireworks who go up in smoke and able to get foreign currency, this is something where we have to look at the priority. And this is why I'm thinking, and this is why I'm supporting some sort of a control from the central bank. This is why I am also willing to support Senator Deonarang's suggestion that there's an ombudsman. In fact, when Senator Deonarang brought up the fact that there should be more transparency in how the banks operate, the thing is, remember, a few years ago, the central bank governor, then Jawala Rambaran, brought in the list of persons who are getting the greatest amount of foreign currency. And an article by Suniti Maharaj actually mentioned the fact that this was supported by a lot of persons who felt aggrieved and wanted to know more, but the privacy issues of those companies were something to be questioned. So if I'm feeling aggrieved, I want a government to say, listen, we realize there's a gap in certain instances. There's beautiful things government are doing, but would be doing, and we heard those things, and I applaud the government for the efforts made. But there's still a gap, and because there's that gap, we have to get it fixed. Now, Senator Deonarang did make mention that she thinks it's only the small business persons being affected. But I remember seeing an article where PriceMart, who was down here, complained they and all were getting problems to get foreign exchange, and the other companies elsewhere were actually setting up business in Latin America because it was easier to get foreign exchange there. So it's not just the micro and small. Big companies were also affected. And even I want to quote an article, Madam, by Marla Dukran, where it's a very informative article, why it's harder to get foreign currency in Trinidad and Tobago than elsewhere in the Caribbean. Yeah.
Senator Dialsing, if you're quoting an article, can you just give the references, please? The
sure.
date, where?
All right. So this article was published in September the 5th, 2019. And this was actually put in her site. She has a online site where she actually went into details that it might be a little more difficult to get foreign exchange here. She said that the PriceSmart CEO also said it was more difficult to get that here. So I'm saying that it seems right through the spectrum people are complaining. It could be the small, little micro business. It could also be big companies. But the idea is, if there is this person's there suffering out there, I would like government to, I would think the responsibility lies squarely on the government to develop a social justice policy for sharing the allocation of foreign exchange. This is not a matter to be left to the market, but guided by policy sensitive to the needs of all interest. I support Senator Deonarang's motion, and I say that I support the need for ombudsman. I support the need for some sort of regulation into the banking industry, which I think have become now masters on their own right and might be to a disadvantage of the population. Thank you, Madam President.
Minister of Public Administration.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I wish to thank my colleague, Senator Deonarang, for tabling this important motion. We live in a small, open economy, which makes the issue of foreign exchange management one of the critical elements for the stability and national well-being of our citizens. So Senator Deonarang is to be commended for her foresight in seeking to have a dispassionate debate on this important issue. Madam President, in my presentation this afternoon, I want to focus on both the economic and social implications of foreign exchange management for our country. In this regard, it is important to frame the operating environment of the country and to reiterate the importance of careful management. Further, Madam President, I want to emphasize that when we look at the track record of successive administration of the People's National Movement, the evidence is clear that we have consistently demonstrated sober judgment and managed foreign exchange judiciously. It bears reminding the Senate and the national community where we have come from. And in traversing this history, Madam President, it will become clear that many of the proposed solutions that are being put forward have been tried before and have not proven to be successful. So this is why we are resisting the proposed solution. So let me give a brief history of where we have come from. Madam President, when the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago was founded and the TT dollar was introduced, we had a fixed exchange rate. We experienced our first devaluation when the bottom fell out of oil prices in the early 80s. We moved from a fixed rate of 2.4 TT dollars to $1 US to 3.6 TT dollars to $1 US. One government in those days, not the PNM, experimented with a dual exchange rate, where a preferential rate was used for necessities and a less favorable one was used for more discretionary consumption, not inconsistent with some of the proposals that are being put forward before us today. That experiment did not last too long, as it created avenues for corrupt practices. By the end of the 80s, the TT dollar was pegged against the US dollar at 4.8 TT dollars to $1 US. Madam President, during those days, to access foreign exchange, it was necessary to make an application to the central bank. And while there must have been criteria for accessing foreign exchange, there was still a measure of discretion that was left to the whims of functionaries of the central bank. And, Madam President, in that context, how can we forget the ECO debacle? When, in an effort again to manage the distribution of forex, the government at the time introduced another split system, this time with the introduction of a new application form for foreign exchange, the ECO, which was in distinction to the EC1. Allocations under the ECO were supposed to be preferential and receive almost automatic approval. Needless to say, Madam President, it was again an opportunity for discretion, and in typical Trini style, our inventive brothers and sisters were able to find ways to exploit the system. It led to one of our Calypsonian organizer, to open his lament in Kaiso entitled Look the Bandit with the words, 100 million missing in ECO. Who thief the money I want to know? That's a bandit. Look the bandit. Madam President, I researched this history because I wanted to demonstrate the system from which we have emerged and the fact that it was not working for Trinidad and Tobago. Any system of governance that allows too much discretion is a recipe for disaster, especially where that discretion is controlled, influenced, imposed by the government of the day. It was in this context that the PNM administration, under the late Prime Minister Patrick Manning, took the brave decision to introduce a managed float of the TT dollar in April 1993. At the time, the pundits claimed that the sky would fall, the dollar would take a nosedive, and the economy would collapse. April next year would make it 30 years since this measure was introduced. The system is not perfect, but it is working. Again, let us take a top-level indicator. When the dollar was floated, the rate was set at 5.6 TT dollars to $1 US. As of today's date, the TT dollar hovers around 6.7 to 6.8 to $1 US, a depreciation of just under 20% over 30 years. Trinidad and Tobago is one of 4 countries in CARICOM which have a floating currency, and, Madam President, by all measures, we have performed creditably in this area. It is even more telling, Madam President, that in the last 7 years, this administration has had to manage the float during a period of unprecedented difficulty with depression of energy prices and reductions in production and global crises. Madam President, much has been made by the pundits of one of the observations of Article 14 consultations with the IMF, that the TT dollar is overvalued. As usual, the hair on fire crowd has taken this out of context and demonstrated their inadequate understanding of the consultation process, or alternatively, their desire to make mischief. The Honourable Minister of Finance addressed this fallacy in his response to a question from Senator Mark last month. But, Madam President, even if that conclusion was absolute, that the TT dollar is overvalued, managing the foreign exchange rate in a small, open economy is not an issue of simple arithmetic. A responsible government must weigh the social implications of any decision it takes. In particular, the government has to take into consideration the impact of the foreign exchange rate on the most vulnerable in society. In many quarters, we have heard the call to devalue the currency. However, a devalued currency can result in imported inflation for countries like Trinidad and Tobago that are substantial importers. Madam President, we import most of our food in this country, not to mention other essentials such as medicine, as referred to by Senator Dialsing. Our recent COVID experience brought this into sharp perspective. And I would take you back in that regard, Madam President, to March of 2020, just when COVID was rearing its head in Trinidad and Tobago, where the price of oil dropped to minus, which means that people were paying to get rid of their oil. Nobody was paying for oil. So we were managing the foreign exchange in that context. And at that time, our demand for foreign exchange skyrocketed because we had to bring in everything that was required to treat with not only the health of the nation, but to feed, to ensure that they continue to be fed. So that we have successfully managed the economy through that difficult period, and we're now beginning to emerge from the most catastrophic effects of the COVID, hopefully permanently. With the war in Ukraine, we will see further increases in several staples. Indeed, Madam President, it would be unconscionable and irresponsible if we were to compound the situation by devaluing the currency. By way of example, a sudden 20% decline in the domestic currency would result in imports costing at least 25% more than they cost now. As a decline of 20% means a 25% increase is needed to get back to the original price point. And that does not take into the account the deflationary impact on the economy. Madam President, successive PNM administrations have resisted the view that you can work your way out of foreign exchange challenges by austerity. We have seen others try it, and we have not seen successful experiments in that regard. Yes, there's a need for responsible fiscal measures, but these have to be carefully crafted in the context of the whole of society and ensure the protection of all citizens as far as possible, in particular the most vulnerable among us. Therefore, in seeking to effectively manage and improve access to foreign exchange, the government of Trinidad and Tobago will take into consideration the overarching impact on the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to protect the vulnerable from exorbitant price increases as a result of the volatility in the foreign exchange market. A review of the situation in Suriname, one of our neighbors, which has devalued its currency twice over the last 2 years, indicates that the Suriname dollar went from 7.5 Suriname dollars to $1 to 21 Suriname dollars to $1. This has resulted in increased cost of living in the country, with the cost of utility services, for example, increasing by as much as 90%. These are the kinds of situations that the government of Trinidad and Tobago is seeking to avoid through its careful and considered management of the foreign exchange market. We also recognize the continuing imbalances in the forex market, and we are taking the necessary steps to address this. Currently, the Central Bank and the Ministry of Finance continue to monitor the forex market and take appropriate action where necessary. In particular, the Central Bank continues to make its bi-monthly interventions in the forex market. Madam President, we hear members of the independent bench and members of the opposition calling for the government to dictate to the banks how it should allocate its foreign exchange. This, Madam President, will take us back to a time where Trinidad and Tobago, the government of Trinidad and Tobago sought to control so many aspects of the economy that the economy itself was floundering. So what we have done over the years is create a free market economy where the private sector determines its prices, controlled as it should be by consumers. What we have to do as Trinidad and Tobago citizens is to become more effective consumers, better litigators for our own benefit. But the government, to say that the government of Trinidad and Tobago should step into that situation and control who gets foreign exchange in what is a free economy, is to take us back down a path that I don't think we want to go. Where, if the government starts to interfere in the free market, where does it stop? Do we start telling doctors that you need to see X number of patients a day and charge no more than X number of dollars because the hospital cannot keep up with demand? There's an equally valid argument for introducing restrictions like that. Do we reintroduce food price control? Do we reintroduce widespread rental control? Where does it end? So in the view of this administration, that is not the way to go. In 2020, the Central Bank estimates that the sale of foreign exchange to the public by authorized dealers amounted to $4.5 billion, while the purchase of foreign exchange by authorized dealers amounted to $4.59 billion. The Central Bank, in accordance with government policy, has continued to inject foreign currency significantly and continuously into the market to improve stability, improve availability, while maintaining our foreign exchange reserves. So this is a major facet of the government's forex management policy. We monitor the market, determine what demands are like versus supply, and we inject foreign exchange as required to manage the rate, to manage availability, and ensure that as many people as possible can get the foreign exchange that they need. Because we have foreign exchange challenges in the country at this point, not everybody can always get what they need. And what we are doing, rather than dictating to the banks how they must use the foreign exchange they have, we are trying to influence how they do what they do. The same way when the COVID pandemic started, and we knew that people would be challenged because they were being sent home, furloughed, terminated, we met with the bank and sought to influence them to put a moratorium and interest rates on credit cards and other loans. And those kinds of actions to provide relief, we are similarly trying to influence them in how they distribute the foreign exchange, but we do not think that the government should step in to dictate to the banks how they should do this. In addition, special provisions have been made through the Exim Bank to allow for access to foreign exchange currency for the manufacturing sector and importers of necessities. This has allowed the sector to implement export growth strategies, improve supply chain management, and reduce manufacturing downtime. It should be noted that these services are available to all manufacturers, both large and small. In fact, the Exim Bank has advised that 82% of its participants fall into the SME category, including fledgling manufacturers. What this measure also does, Madam President, is allow the government to influence the return of earned foreign exchange to Trinidad and Tobago. Because one of the arrangements that we have with people who are supplied with foreign exchange through the Exim Bank is to satisfy the bank that they are, in fact, repatriating that foreign exchange. So we keep that flow going. Unlike with the rest of the market, people may buy foreign exchange to earn foreign exchange, but not necessarily return that foreign exchange to the market. And this is one of the ways that the private sector, who is clamoring for more available foreign exchange, can assist the country by bringing back the foreign exchange that some people have undoubtedly stored outside of Trinidad and Tobago. One of the key factors that affects our continuing access to foreign exchange, particularly US dollars, is the generation of US dollar income. The government continues to work on the supply of foreign exchange through energy exports. In the medium term, as our investments in new energy projects begin to bear fruit, we expect to see significant improvements in our access to foreign exchange. In the meantime, what we are trying to do is to promote our diversification initiatives and to get the private sector to improve their foreign exchange generation, because it is through the increase in our foreign exchange earning capacity in excess of our needs for foreign exchange that will take us out of the difficulty that we currently face. So one of the government's approaches to dealing with this problem is to work directly through its own efforts and also by encouraging and supporting earners of foreign exchange to generate more foreign exchange for Trinidad and Tobago. We have also sought to generate foreign exchange direct investment by making Trinidad and Tobago more attractive to international entities and various sectors, including technology-based businesses, through the introduction of tax and other incentives. We believe that this will be a major foreign exchange earner in the future, and that is a focus of this government at this time. We have also recognized the need to reduce the drain on foreign exchange in the market through the introduction of a slew of fiscal matters. We have established the Gaming Control Commission to regulate gaming and betting sectors to significantly reduce illegal acts such as money laundering, proliferation, financing, and combating the financing of terrorism. We have passed the legislation and are in the process of implementing the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, which will contribute significantly to tax compliance across the board, including our international companies. And one of the measures which the Inland Revenue introduced a few years ago is to accept taxes in foreign exchange. Previously, they only allowed oil companies to pay in foreign exchange, which made no sense to me. They have since changed that policy, so people who are earning foreign exchange in Trinidad and Tobago can pay their taxes in foreign exchange and therefore make more foreign exchange available to the government and therefore to the country. other measures to generate more or protect our foreign exchange. The introduction of the special economic zone, which my colleague, the Minister of Trade, would focus on in her presentation. The rationalization of transfers and subsidies, the introduction of tax on air-freighted goods, which caused a huge furor, but it has had some success in controlling the wild spending on consumer goods. We are also working on other measures to reduce the drain on foreign exchange, some of which arose out of the roadmap to recovery exercise. The Ministry of Agriculture's drive to increase and ensure consistent quality of agricultural produce, the agro-processing parks, are a couple of these measures. During the discussions with the team that was put together to treat with the roadmap to recovery, a couple of things came to our attention. Trinidad and Tobago, in any year, spends approximately $125 million US on French fries. Not potatoes, French fries. Can you ask me why we do that when in Trinidad and Tobago we have available sweet potatoes, cassava, breadfruit, all of which make nutritionally and gastronomically superior fries to what we call Irish potatoes? So we have had discussions with our fast food outlets to encourage them to switch from the provision of French fries to the provision of locally produced fries using locally produced product. And their commitment to us was once we can assure them consistency in quality and volume, they are happy to make the switch. So the Ministry of Agriculture is working on that project. During our Article 4 consultations with the IMF in November 2021, the authorities recognized the need to modernize the foreign exchange infrastructure. We will continue to seek avenues where we can generate increased levels of foreign exchange while reducing the forex gain on our economy. The government of Trinidad and Tobago is fully committed to effectively and efficiently managing our foreign exchange market for the benefits of our citizens and the country as a whole. Calls for increase in control by the government, I repeat, is not the way we should go. This is inconsistent with the concept of a free economy. And if we look at it, we will recognize and we will be prepared to admit to ourselves that we don't mind calling for government control once it doesn't negatively impact our area of activity. So if government control is not to impact negatively on me, why should it impact negatively on the banks or the doctors or the landlords? Where does it start and where does it end? Government control, greater government control in forex management is not what is required. So, Madam President, we will admit that the system of foreign exchange is not perfect in Trinidad and Tobago, and that largely stems from the fact that we do not have as much foreign exchange now as we would have had 8 years ago, 10 years ago. We believe our best opportunities are through growing our national economy, diversifying the productive sectors, and consuming more of what we produce, meaning importing less. Madam President, the government of Trinidad and Tobago has continued to manage our economy through prevailing geopolitical and economic conditions that are complex and volatile. We understand...
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. We understand that there are many factors that affect the supply and demand of foreign exchange in Trinidad and Tobago. Currency exchange rates can impact trade, economic growth, capital inflows, inflation, and interest rates. There are challenges. We appreciate that not everybody who wants foreign exchange today will be able to get it today. And we are working on various aspects, as I outlined, to improve that state of affairs. But I categorically emphasize and reiterate that the solution is not greater management of the distribution of our forex. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator John.
For the opportunity to join this debate. This motion by the Honourable Senator Amrika Dinarine, I believe to be very timely. And I think in listening to some of the contributions from the government side, Madam President, maybe they have read the motion wrong, because I can't recall anyone asking for a devaluation of our dollar. I think what we are saying is that there's a shortage of the commodity on our market, and I think the Honourable Minister of Public Admin, in her winding up, would have addressed some of the mechanisms the government appear to be considering to alleviate this problem. And Madam President, the forex, there's really a shortage, and it's a question of supply and demand, and I'm not certain that the government even is aware of what the demand is, whether it's a pent-up demand and unmet demand, etc. But the problem is here with us, and it is creating all kinds of problems, particularly with the small and medium enterprises in our country. The last time we saw, I think there was a Guardian report which said 6,000 businesses had closed, particularly during the period of the pandemic. The foreign, well, I mean, several speakers would have made the point that there is, the energy sector has more or less, well, it's not performing as it used to before, and there's a lack of robustness in our manufacturing for export. Never mind how it is put by the government, that is so, and they keep talking about this diversification that is not happening. So, Madam President, the foreign investment, of course, is another crucial component of our foreign capital inflows. And that too has been struggling, because we have, the net effect is really of more outflows than inflows. And the reduction in foreign investment is linked, or can be linked, to an unfavorable investment conditions, or that exist now, policy inconsistency, or the lack of really a policy to control what is happening now, because no one is really asking, as I said, for a devaluation. But certainly there must be some level of management. Yes, we had, and the Honourable Minister who preceded me would have spoken about the history of the exchange control, etc. And there is a general school of thought, because that was also articulated by the Minister of Finance when he spoke, that the government does not want to go back to that. And maybe that is all well and good, but in a market that where you have this severe shortage, there must be some measure of control within the marketplace. Yes, we have a freely floating foreign exchange, but at the end of the day, the foreign exchange which finds its way into the various banks belong to the people, the commodity belongs to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And certainly, if we don't know who is getting it, but you get the sense that there is no equity in the market, because there is just this consistent cry particularly from the small and medium enterprises, that there is insufficiency of it. Not to go wrong, I don't think people are unreasonable, and they are saying, well, I want all of my need to be supplied, but certainly people are being told you'll get $100 a week or 200, that is US dollars, Madam President, and that cannot run their business. When I looked again at the Hansard, what the Honourable Minister of Finance would have made a point that they don't want to give foreign exchange to somebody who will use it to buy expensive gadgets. And Senator Mark, Madam President, in his presentation was spoken about showrooms filled with Volvos. But it's more than that. It is good if we have enough foreign exchange, because people are free to purchase what they can afford. But certainly at this point in time, we probably need to prioritize, because you can go to just about, well, the major supermarkets and you can find your oat milk or any variation of almond milk, flavor of almond milk, and so on and so on. And it's nice to see nice big stock shelves, but you have to ask at what cost to the person trying and struggling to get a little bit of foreign exchange to conduct their business. Madam President said commercial banks access foreign exchange from two sources. First, from the central bank, and then they would have been sold forex from energy companies. I was also, it was very interesting when the Minister of Public Admin made the point that people are now being encouraged, these entities are being encouraged to pay their taxes in foreign exchange. That too, I suppose, if it gets going, will make probably some kind of dent in the stock that we now have. But Madam President, as it stands now, both sources of flow have been severely reduced. That being said, the TT banks purchase US dollars from the central bank, and they sell the majority to mainly large companies, it appears, who will buy these foreign, use the foreign exchange to buy foreign goods, to come here to sell in TT dollars, which they'll exchange again for US dollars, for this scarce commodity. And that really makes no sense, because it's not helping us when you have these huge companies just guzzling up all of the foreign exchange. And it's not only in exchange for like grocery items or medicine. You will have some of these US-owned chains where they have to pay net the licenses fee or remittances to these to foreign companies. We have to look at all of that, or even remittances sent abroad from folks who are living here. So it would have been helpful to hear the Minister of Finance and maybe the Minister of Trade, if she's to speak after, to explain in specific terms what really is being done. The reason, of course, for the acute shortage of forex is that there is less activity, as everybody has been making that point. But really, what is being done specifically, not in these very broad terms, Madam President, because small and medium enterprises play a major role in our economy, and because they are located in all the nooks and crannies and in places where the large organizations generally do not cite their businesses. You know, they're small, they hire 2 persons, 3 persons, or what have you, but it really contributes to that circular flow of income and to the whole economic activity. And in some jurisdictions, SMEs contribute up to 40% of national income, and I'll have no doubt that the contribution here is very significant also. So, Madam President, just as my senatorial colleagues who preceded me, I want to also make the point that a significant number of jobs are generated by SMEs, and in some jurisdictions, they claim that 7 out of 10 jobs are generated by. So this is not some people who are here dependent on the state. These are people who really want to work and contribute. So again, I say the motion is very timely, as they are having no end of trouble in keeping their businesses, their doors open. So we know finance, and in many cases in our country, forex is a key constraint, if they don't, or lack of it, to SME growth. And it is one of the most cited obstacles facing the SMEs to grow their businesses in today, Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, some professor from the chair of an international business school, Henley Business School that is, said that, he said SMEs, they tend to employ a large portion of the population. They tend to be small, and they tend to be located more evenly across the economy. So in normal times, a 2020 World Bank report notes most SMEs do not grow, but remain at the same size or exit, with a minority exhibiting rapid growth in productivity or scale. However, a minority of disruptive startups have the potential to shape economies through new and more productive business models. But as it stands now, these businesses are being starved, so they have no way of progressing. Right? SMEs are likely to close. When they close their operations, it is likely to be permanent, because they really don't have any money to call upon. They cannot withstand the shocks, for instance, of an extended period of closure during a worldwide pandemic. So they are subjected to transactions costs that make the cost of doing business higher and higher, and make them sometimes unable to make profit. So already, they face a lot of headwinds. So when we have these kind of bureaucratic bottlenecks where they have to pay an invoice, and I think it was Senator Leiter who spoke about the fact that a lot, and I've heard it myself, a lot of the small and medium-sized businesses now no longer have any line of credit with the international supplier because they cannot really, with any kind of confidence, pay their invoices. And because of that, they have not been able to keep those lines of credit. In many cases, they would have had for decades. And Madam President, the larger and well-connected firms who can purchase Forex, they can purchase at the repo rate or the central bank rate. But for those who cannot, who are desperate to keep their doors open, they have to purchase sometimes at the price of $7.50 on up to $9 that spread. So, and I think that was also referenced by Senator Leiter. It means there's an unfair advantage or a disadvantage to the small and medium companies when they have to compete with the larger companies who get to buy at the rate from the banks. So they can't, because the price of their goods when they buy on the black market is much higher. And I mean, Senator Leiter went on to speak about the fact that it is illegal to access Forex in this way. Madam President, the Minister of Finance and the previous speaker spoke about the window at the Exim Bank, and the Minister of Finance spoke about whose son was running this entity. But it doesn't matter. There must exist a policy of distribution that is equitable and really at the base is fair play. If it is wherever we have this Forex existing or being stored, if it cannot get into the hands of those who need it, and we talk about the vulnerable, sometimes women and entrepreneurs are some of the more vulnerable ones. If they can't get this Forex, they invariably will have to close their doors. So it's not a matter of wanting to tell the banks how to conduct their business. But if it is the money is not spreading across the economy in a fairly fair manner, then certainly there must be some kind of intervention. We cannot continue to say, well, the government will have a hands-off and just leave people to do their own thing. That is not good enough. And telling us that we are looking to have a dashing fries and what have you, I don't think that will solve any of the issues that is now before us. We have a taste for French fries as it stands. Yes, I agree that we can use more of our local produce. That really should be encouraged. But certainly, what we want is we want choice. I'm not saying we want all the choice. I don't think the people of Trinidad and Tobago are unreasonable, but people are trying to save their livelihoods. So, Madam President, the minister must know that the banks are not friendly many times to startups or the ones who are unconnected, or even the stereotype that there are certain races of people in this country who can't run business. You understand? They are not friendly to these people. That is no secret. And therefore, when we have this kind of acute shortage, the government must intervene. All of these features into access and judgment, especially in a tight competitive marketplace where the fuel of growth or even to start your business is Forex, the government cannot continue to turn a blind eye. They cannot dole out Forex to banks but have no care or concern about the unevenness of the marketplace. It is wrong. So I have to agree with the Honourable Senator Diana Ryan resolution, and where be it resolved that the Senate call on the government to table in Parliament within 6 months. And that's a long time, to be quite honest, because many of these businesses are collapsing and starving for this foreign exchange, thinking about what to do and how to do it and how to get Forex at this time. That is for the medium and the long term, but in the short term, there must be an intervention now. So the resolution of calling on the government to come to the Parliament within the next 6 months and present a comprehensive policy framework that will guide key stakeholders, including MSMEs, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Commercial Bank. Because you see, what is going on out there now is just old mass. Nobody's in charge. People get their Forex and they just do what they want. And Madam President, in my own winding up, I want to just reference A key area of the World Bank group work is to improve SMEs' access to finance and find innovative solutions to unlock sources of capital. So it's nothing new. People are doing it all over the world in terms of not to give them an equal or an even advantage, but certainly to level the playing field, that they are not overrun or run over by the larger businesses. What the World Bank Group says, they said our approach is holistic, combining advisory and lending services to clients to increase the contribution that SMEs can make to the economy, including underserved segments such as women-owned SMEs. The World Bank Group said advisory and policy support for SMEs finance mainly includes diagnostics, implementation support, global advocacy, and knowledge sharing of good practice. All of that, one can offer as support. So the financial sector assessments to determine areas of improvement in regulatory and policy aspects, enabling increased responsible SMEs access to finance. So they have a whole policy on how to enable access to finance. And I think the government will really be well served in their role if they do not continue to turn a blind eye and keep a stiff neck and say, well, let the market determine who gets what, and we don't know what is going on behind closed doors. And really and truly, the Forex just goes to the well-connected and the larger players. And so I said, note must be taken of this World Bank Group's policy and other policies, I'm sure, that is there for anybody to look at. Because, again, we cannot continue to turn a blind eye to what appears to be an unfair advantage or rank discrimination in the allocation of our scarce resources, in this case, our Forex. Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity.
Senator Timal. Senator Timal.
Yeah. Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute on the private motion that is before this August House. It is obvious that we are not earning enough foreign exchange, and this has materialized in severe challenges for certain individuals, businesses, and sectors of the economy to access foreign exchange from the 13 authorized dealers comprising mainly the commercial banks. We have heard from Senator Devanarine in piloting this private motion that it is primarily due to downturn in the energy industry, namely oil and gas, which still remains the largest earner of foreign exchange for our country. Senator Devanarine attributed the limited supply of foreign exchange to more than 50% decline in energy exports suffered between 2018 and 2020, coupled with a decline in production of both the natural gas and crude oil, which ultimately contributed to a decline in the amount of foreign exchange converted by energy companies to meet their local tax obligations. Madam President, the situation is not surprising. For despite the many conversations about diversification, since 1993, there has been no significant change to our microeconomic structure, and our economy is still fundamentally rooted in the energy sector. Commodity prices of oil and gas started to fall in 1982 and did not get back to the level of 1982 until quite 2007. It then increased up to the year 2014 but has been declining since then until relatively recent times due to conditions, global conditions, where we are seeing a rise in these prices. Madam President, coupled with the declining production of oil and gas, this has precipitated the situation we are in regards to a major drop in foreign exchange. The forex market has thus been tight, and the demand for forex is outstripping the supply, with no definitive signs of improvement in the near future. It is difficult to predict how long this down phase is going to last, but it looks very challenging, particularly when the entire world is moving away from fossil fuels and embarking on the use of renewable energy sources. In April of 1993, Trinidad and Tobago adopted a floating exchange regime, which means that the value of the Trinidad and Tobago dollar appreciates or depreciates in response to changes in supply and demands in the forex market. The Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago is responsible for the management of the forex market in the public's interest. However, the central bank also has the authority to intervene in the forex market to contain undue volatility in the exchange rate. And according to their website, before a decision is made to intervene, a number of variables are assessed. And these include current economic conditions, competitiveness of the exchange rate, short-term imbalances, and the level of international reserves. Therefore, in essence, the forex system is a managed float, as we have heard from others. In actuality, the central bank mainly manages the exchange rate through its regulation of the maximum market sell and buy rates, as well as through forex provisions. And approximately 1/3 of the total market forex supply is from the central bank via discretionary, non-competitive allocations to licensed authorized dealers. In response to the unavailability of forex, in November 2015, the central bank adopted a conservative approach and began to allow the TT dollar to slowly depreciate. As a result, it depreciated by approximately 5.8% as at the end of April 2017, from around 6.35 TT to $1 to TT 6.79 to $1, where it has more or less stayed up to the present time. And there has been no indications from the central bank that it intends to take a similar route at present or even in the near future. So thus far, the government has resisted, for reasons that we have heard, the option of depreciating the TT currency and has chosen the route of rationing of foreign exchange in an effort to curb imports while trying to boost exports and urging citizens to curb their appetite for foreign goods and increase consumption of locally produced foods and goods. This is achieved by central bank guidelines to the authorized forex dealers. That is mainly the commercial banks, and the emphasis has been placed on giving priority for sale of forex to manufacturers and importers of food, as we have heard from Senator Dearnering in piloting this motion. She also pointed out the seeming absence of any priority for micro, small, and medium businesses from these authorized dealers and their questionable practices and criteria for the allocation of foreign exchange to the MSMEs, and the debilitating effect it is having on the sustainability of these enterprises and the startup of new initiatives. Both Senator Dearnering and Senator Leiter referred to the survey done by the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Commerce in collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Coalition of Service Industries, where this survey revealed that of 204 firms, 83% were affected by the inability to source foreign exchange to purchase raw materials and finished goods, whereas 67% of the firms receive less than 50% of their forex needs. The Minister of Finance, in his contribution, emphasized the positive role that the Exim Bank is playing in providing access to forex through 3 US dollar foreign exchange facilities that ensure state enterprises, exporters, and importers of essential goods are able to access the required foreign exchange, vital to their operations. The Honourable Minister has well quoted figures extensively in his contribution to justify that a significant number of entities accessing these facilities are in fact MSMEs. However, in his contribution, Senator Leiter queried how much MSMEs are really benefiting from this facility at the Exim Bank. The Minister of Finance emphasized that the focus is on manufacturers who are net earners of foreign exchange and disparage the young entrepreneurs who may not be significantly export-oriented in their business startups. I can well imagine the reaction of these young entrepreneurs in seeing finished goods such as luxury cars, high-end furniture, food and wine, just to name a few, still being readily available from certain seemingly privileged businesses. With the primary emphasis on facilitating exporters, apparently there is little or no consideration being made at the Exim Bank for the authorized dealers, for those engaged in the production of import substitutes, or entrepreneurs willing to get into import substitution. In the case of import substitution manufacturing, Madam President, the focus is on the goods being produced for local consumption and not necessarily for exports. So why should such entrepreneurs and manufacturers be penalized when it comes to allocation of foreign exchange? For this effectively reduces the dependence on imported finished goods and the resulting demand for foreign exchange. And the guidelines provided by the central bank to authorize dealers and the policy at the Exim Bank needs to be adjusted for this category of business, import substitutes. Madam President, in a paper titled Economic Implications of Foreign Exchange Rationing in Ethiopia by Paul Dorosh, Sherman Robinson, and Hashim Ahmed of December 2009, certain key implications of foreign exchange rationing were identified in that particular study, in that paper. One, there were substantial adverse efficiency and distributional effects of foreign exchange rationing. Two, foreign exchange rationing resulted in the creation of large profits that are likely to accrue to mainly large businesses and benefits non-poor households more than the poor. Three, foreign exchange rationing reduced economic efficiency so that real incomes from factors of production, namely land, capital, and labor, declined, as did overall household incomes, except, of course, for those who gained large benefits. And four, foreign exchange rationing inhibited depreciation of the real exchange rate and thus slowed or prevented reversal of the real exchange rate appreciation, which resulted in major price disincentives for exports and production of import substitutes. The very same thing that the government, through its policy, is trying to do by promoting export-oriented foreign exchange allocations. In addition, foreign exchange rationing has not only resulted in inefficient patterns of resource use, as shown by that study, but it has led to the emergence of parallel markets in goods and foreign currency in many developing countries, and Trinidad and Tobago is no exception. foreign exchange rationing has created incentives for illegal transactions, such as smuggling and fake invoicing, as well as for capital flight and capital inflows via unofficial and illegal channels. In the parallel market that has emerged, $1 is being purchased for much as $8.50 TT, or maybe even more. It is the micro enterprises, small and medium businesses, as well as the public seeking to travel who engage in this parallel market, since they are severely restricted by the rationing from the commercial banks, including reduction of their credit card limits from $12,000 to $10,000 per cycle. Senator Leiter, in his contribution, made mention of the risk that owners of MSMEs are forced to take by engaging in this illegal parallel foreign exchange market. Madam President, undoubtedly there are winners and there are losers in foreign exchange rationing, and we cannot exclude households from this. Some effects are expected, like lower imports, but the overall impact on the poor micro enterprises, small and medium businesses, is overall negative. There's an assumption that rationing improves consumption for the poor through a reduction in imported inflation. However, whilst inflation may indeed be lowered, this reduction is negatively offset by job losses and by fewer opportunities for many to earn income, leading to overall consumption, to lower overall consumption on average. Other than the sale of foreign exchange to commercial banks or authorized dealers by the central bank, due to the amendment of the Exchange Control Act in 1993, there is another major actor in the foreign exchange market. And these are the entities that generate their own forex from proceeds of their respective businesses. And according to that Exchange Control Act that was amended in 1993, these entities are able to hold on to their proceeds for their use, or they may choose to sell to an authorized dealer. It has been reported that this foreign exchange savings deposit that is held in commercial banks stand at approximately $2 billion. It is not clear whether the central bank guidelines to commercial banks for rationing of this foreign exchange still allows for the sale of forex to these depositors who have such substantial US dollar deposits. It has been articulated by some that this hoarding of foreign exchange is aimed at capitalizing on an anticipated depreciation of the TT dollar. And I'm not sure what policies and incentives could be developed by government to encourage these foreign exchange savings depositors to utilize their considerable accumulated foreign exchange with the objective of bringing more forex onto the market. Indeed, there is no simple solution to this shortage of foreign exchange, and the adjustments in relative prices, including the real exchange rate and in incomes necessary to restore equilibrium and minimize social impact, may be so dramatic that they are considered very undesirable, understandably so, or politically infeasible. In common parlance, the government is caught between a rock and a hard place. Madam President, in addition, some of the findings of the IMF Country Report 22073, Trinidad and Tobago 2021 Article 4 consultation, some of the findings are as follows. One, given the authorities' preference for a stable exchange rate, persistent foreign exchange shortages highlight the need to reform the forex market infrastructure. While the authorities' commitment to maintaining a stable peg seems well understood by market participants, the mechanisms to ensure a well-functioning forex market could be improved to reduce uncertainty. a proliferation of special purpose facilities at the Exim Bank to prioritize foreign exchange access to manufacturers, importers of necessities, including state-owned enterprises, have produced a hybrid exchange rate system that is prone to inefficiencies. Madam President, this is the IMF Country Report 22073 that's saying this. It goes on to say that the authorities are encouraged to regularly review the current system to ensure its appropriateness and recommends modernizing forex and money markets infrastructure to replace the special purpose windows at the Exim Bank to reduce those inefficiencies to support the sustainability of the existing arrangement. The report also states that the authorities are encouraged to eliminate exchange restrictions and multiple currency practices in a planned manner while providing sufficient forex to meet demand for all current international transactions. And looking to the future, exchange rate flexibility, if properly utilized, would reduce the need for fiscal tightening to achieve external balance and create room for counter-cyclical monetary policy. Madam President, rationing of foreign exchange can at best be a short-term measure, and the government may be banking on some resurgence of the energy sector in the near future, mainly due to the increased commodity prices and increased production of oil and gas. However, this should not be a prevention for development of a comprehensive medium and long-term plan that considers all alternative adjustment mechanisms to effectively manage our foreign exchange and prevent continuing decline of our foreign exchange reserves. Madam President, this is in keeping with the resolution called for in this private motion moved by Senator Dinarine. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Thompson-Aye. Senator Thompson-Aye.
Thank you, Madam President. My first education about finances came from my dad. When at age 18, I got my first job to teach 6-year-old children. He said, I'll tell you what my father told me. When you get paid, divide the money in 3. The first third is your contribution to the home. The second is to save, so open a bank account. The rest is for you to spend. I do not think my lesson in economics went much beyond that, although I did start an A-level econ course. So when Senator Dinarine reached out to me last week to speak on her motion, I thought, now why would she want me to move out of my comfort zone into what is for me uncharted waters, where I would most likely drown in a sea of ignorance as I demonstrate my financial and fiscal policy illiteracy. But you know, that was last week. And I'm a year older this week, and hopefully wiser. And I remember some years ago, a kind educator saying to me, you know, sometimes you know more than you think you know. So I was seeing through a glass darkly, and realization then came that there was a direct link between Senator Dionorine's motion and the topic we are at present discussing in our Joint Select Committee on Finance and Legal Affairs that I chair. Our current GSC inquiry is into the implementation of a regulatory framework for the development of financial technology, fintech, and e-payments. Senator Dionorine's motion calling for a comprehensive policy framework to guide stakeholders to navigate the tightness in the foreign exchange market to overcome downside risk in the medium and long term involve a number of issues, including treating with new forms of currency, cryptocurrency, treating with new forms of payments, such as PayPal, the system for allocation of foreign exchange, our exchange rate policy, and a link with the National Strategy for Sustainable Development. New forms of currency. Until last year, I had not even heard the term cryptocurrency. On my way to and from the Commonwealth Law Conference in Nassau, I visited my daughter, and she sought to educate me on this cryptocurrency. Last month, when the central bank governor appeared before our JSE, I learned that the eagle of cryptocurrency had already landed in Trinidad and Tobago and was flapping its wings. Cryptocurrency allows you to transfer money to online using your computer. It eliminates the need for bank transfers of money and facilitates your transfer of money at low cost, globally, and immediately. Just last week, a hotel informed me that they were returning my deposit for me, and it will arrive in 10 days. They were not using cryptocurrency. Some countries like Bahamas is way ahead of us in the game. In fact, they already have on their books regulatory legislation. We are now trying to play catch-up. The first cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, was launched 8 years ago, and we are now becoming Okura with its advantages. New forms of payment, PayPal, etc. I must say we're doing much better in this area. The judiciary, I am happy to say, led the way with court pay and may justifiably take a bow with this convenient system of making and obtaining maintenance payments for the care of children. PayPal came to my rescue when I learned that in certain jurisdictions, would-be participants to a conference I was organizing were not allowed by their governments to make payments to Trinidad and Tobago because we had failed to implement certain international monetary policy requirements and had been blacklisted. Because you know, sometimes the Attorney General will come here and talk about the need for certain legislation, and we would think that it's just talk to scare us, but these things are very real. And it so happened that for that same reason, I couldn't get my international organization to repay money paid by some European participants for a conference I had organized for the Bahamas Bar 8 years ago. System of allocation of foreign exchange. This is an area of grave concern, and the implications are wide-reaching and more serious than governments sometimes realize. Together with crime and the state of the roads, the allocation of foreign exchange forms a trio of issues which cause the populace to sin their souls, cursing the government in the vilest way on every day. The current system of distribution of foreign exchange is perceived as inequitable, grossly unfair, partisan, protective of big business, and uncaring of the small and medium-sized businesses. It has caused businesses to close, increase unemployment, and fueled crime, not to speak of the inconvenience and unhappiness caused to many. Now, the allocation of foreign exchange must be linked to the attendant consequences in a holistic manner, or it is likely to fail. Driving out from our home yesterday, we were taking note of how many single households had 4 cars in or about their garage. Now I understand the practicality of members of a household who work in different places being able to move about at their own whims and fancies. While we also appreciate the implications for air pollution and its attendant evil, does that justify the stifling of foreign exchange resulting in the shutdown of the second-hand car sales industry? Has the inconvenience to would-be car owners been considered? How does this tie in with government's questionable plan to legalize the PH car industry? Does this mesh with the large amount of high-end vehicles in showrooms and on the roads of Trinidad and Tobago? Why was the second-hand car industry destroyed without a simultaneous initiation of a mass public transport system? How does this transport problem relate to vulnerable females at risk to attack by sexual predators driving private cars? All these issues must be considered in a policy of foreign exchange allocation. Late Friday night, I received a call from my niece. She knew I had returned from Florida a few nights before. She asked, "Auntie, you have any US? I'm going to Miami tomorrow morning, and I get only $300 from the bank." How far can $300 go when you're off on a vacation to Miami? Is foreign exchange allocated equitably by banks? Nobody believes that. It is difficult to prove, though, because no one who benefits will talk. That would be akin to shooting oneself in the foot. Is it a matter of whom you know and who knows you? The fact is that some banks are more facilitative than others. I recall when some magistrates and social workers came to do training here. For some reason, the check for their per diem was made out in my name. My branch said it did not have that amount of currency, US currency, but called the other branches and asked them to facilitate me. I was able to distribute the per diems. After each training day, the participants headed for the mall, where some shopped, while others sold their US dollars at a profit. I don't know how they knew who they should go to and what was happening, and I was living in the country. When I complained to the administrator about placing that responsibility on me, she said, "You shouldn't have gone to that trouble, Hazel, at all. You should have paid them in TT dollars." Well, you live and learn. Is the allocation of foreign exchange tied to an unspoken buy local thrust of the government? That would be a good idea, you know, in theory. But for any buy local strategy to work, it must be linked to a more active and effective role for the Bureau of Standards. I believe we have some excellent local products, but some are just not yet ready. Let me give you an example. I grew up using Q-Tex nail polish remover. Some of the older ladies will remember that. Some years ago, I couldn't find any of that product on the shelf. I decided it was time for a change. I put some of the locally manufactured remover on a piece of cotton wool and I began to rub. It was like rub-a-dub-dub. More than 2 men needed in the tub. I could swear I could hear in the background, "You're wasting your time. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your time. Don't worry about me. I am a remover pretender. I don't rub off nothing. You won't get anywhere using me today." I trust the product has since improved because I want to buy local. In explaining the link between poverty and crime, to which I alluded earlier, I can do no better than quote from a 1995 pastoral letter from New Zealand Catholic bishops titled, "Creating New Hearts, Moving from Retributive to Restorative Justice." Forgive me if you've heard me reference this before, but this pastoral letter is among some things that need to be repeated. Poverty may provide the environment for some crime, the bishops say, but it should not provide an excuse. Greed and selfishness are also principal causes. We are all called to act responsibly and peacefully towards our neighbor. Violence of any form towards another is a denial of the teachings of Christ and an affront to the dignity of people. And violence here, we talk about structural violence, when the poor are squeezed and they are disadvantaged. Researcher M.H. Brennan found in both Britain and the United States that for every 1% rise in unemployment, there was a 4% rise in prison admissions. Jim Considine, my father Jim Considine, my first restorative justice trainer, in his books, Restorative Justice, Healing the Effects of Crime, and A Poison in the Bloodstream, published in 1995 and 1990 respectively, states, a clear corollary follows. A government that stands back and allows market forces to determine unemployment levels becomes a co-respondent in the increase in crime that results. There is a clear link between government policy on unemployment, that is allowing market forces to prevail, and rising crime rates. One flows from the other. All things are interconnected. Next, exchange rate policy. The exchange rate affects how we do business with other countries. It determines how much we pay for the other country's goods and services. If our exchange rate is high, as against another country's currency rate, we will be able to buy more of their goods and services. But if it is lower, and also like buying clothes and traveling, some of us like to do, if it is lower, their goods will be more expensive. It is because of the potential impact on purchasing power that the government has been resisting advice to the value of a dollar. Keeping the dollar value at the current rate can increase our capacity to export and grow the economy. It is not an easy decision for government to make. Government may also decide to give subsidies to encourage businesses to stay here. Over the years, I've been invited by the OECS Judicial and Legal Services Commission and/or UNICEF or the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court to conduct training or deliver a lecture on some aspect of child rights. Before leaving Trinidad, I would go to the bank to get some Eastern Caribbean currency. When I was given the rate, I would wonder, why is their currency higher than ours? Is not our economy better than theirs? The same thought crosses my mind when I go to Barbados. Does our exchange rate, I ask myself, accurately reflect the strength of our currency? When it comes to Guyana and Jamaica, that's another matter entirely. I recall being given an envelope with thousands of Guyanese banknotes after I conducted a program in Guyana. When the judges and the lawyers, who were my former students, saw the expression on my face, they laughed and they said, "Don't worry, Miss Ahi, we will take it to the bank to have it changed to US." And so they did, and there was absolutely no hassle whatsoever. In the Bahamas, you can walk into a hotel and say, I want to change my Bahamas dollars and get US. It's not a problem, and it's freely changed. I find it difficult when I'm in Jamaica, though, and I'm told the price of various commodities or services and have to do the conversion. The figure's so large. Mathematics was never my best subject in school. I much preferred Latin. The International Growth Center, IGC, in a publication of a paper by Keith Jefferies titled Exchange Rate Policy and Monetary Policy Implementation, delivered in Kigali, Rwanda, at an international conference on monetary policy frameworks in developing countries, practices and challenges, states. The choice of a monetary and exchange rate policy framework is one of the most crucial decisions that economic policymakers and ultimately politicians, in many cases, are called upon to make. He continues, the choice is far-reaching for several reasons. First, the policy framework has widespread implications for all economic agents. Second, It affects key macroeconomic outcomes, inflation competitiveness, responsiveness to economic shocks. Third, policy frameworks only really undergo fundamental change, although they may evolve. And fourth, different frameworks have different institutional requirements. For instance, the demands placed on central banks. Perhaps the government can inform us which, if any of these issues, provide a barrier towards the implementation of the framework policy for which Senator Dionarine advocates. Linkage with national strategy for sustainable development. Sustainable development can be impacted in various ways, and monetary policies may have to be fashioned to deal with specific issues. The effects of climate change can wreak havoc on an economy and force changes of policy as supplies diminish or disappear entirely. Unemployment may soar and labor market affected when a population is dramatically affected by natural disasters or its mineral base is eroded. Sustainable development involves the economic, social, and environmental, all of which affect the quality of our lives and even our very existence. It is an issue on which we should bring our collective wisdom to bear in arriving at solutions. So, let us come together instead of blaming and bad-talking one another or successive governments, blaming previous governments. As we celebrate Kitchener Centennial Year, let us remember the words that he sang. Sitting on the river stone and talking the river bad is a thing we do here in Trinidad. Because you go run your mouth, and just as you wink, the river would come down and you will get enough water to drink. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Also, I would like to thank Senator Dionarine for moving this motion on this very important issue. I simply have one challenge with the wording that was used here, and let me say this into record. Be it resolved that this Senate call on the government to table in Parliament within 6 months a comprehensive policy framework that will guide key stakeholders, including MSMEs, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, and commercial banks, on how the government intends to navigate the tightness in the foreign exchange market to overcome downside risk in the medium and long term. Mr. Vice President, I'd like to say that the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the Ministry of Finance has been diligently working on improving the supply of foreign exchange in Trinidad and Tobago, and also reducing the demand for foreign exchange in less productive economic activities. And we are more than willing to issue a statement on exactly how government has been doing that and what we intend to do to improve the availability of foreign exchange going forward. I hope this would meet with Senator Dionarine's satisfaction. Mr. Vice President, to begin, we must first understand just how exchange rates are determined. As several speakers have said earlier, exchange rates are a product of supply, demand, and interest rates. In Trinidad and Tobago, too much of our business class is dependent on the buy and sell dynamic. We have to become better at producing goods and services for export. After the energy sector, the manufacturing sector is the largest earner of foreign exchange in Trinidad and Tobago. That is why this sector receives preferential treatment, along with any other net earner of foreign exchange. Several speakers earlier, I believe Senator John, had mentioned the challenges that many of the SMEs have been having in terms of accessing foreign exchange. Later on, I will speak about the work being done at the Exim Bank and exactly how this sector has been able to access foreign exchange, especially if they are a net earner of foreign exchange. Mr. Vice President, the issue is a simple one. Today in Trinidad and Tobago, the demand for foreign exchange outstrips the supply. It is really that simple. This is a situation that should be brought to equilibrium over time. And that is why you've heard so many speakers and other persons speak about a devaluation. What a devaluation does is that it increases the cost of foreign exchange. And of course, that will reduce the demand for foreign exchange to bring that excess demand in line with the lower supply. And that is why so many persons have spoken about it in this chamber and out. The government of Trinidad and Tobago has been working diligently to avoid a devaluation. Why? Because unfortunately, we live in a society that is heavy on importation. And of course, a devaluation would cause an increase in those costs across the board. And that will, of course, include food, education, and medicine. So what we would like to do is to really target some of the I would say, less productive sectors of our economy in terms of reducing the demand for foreign exchange in those areas. If you've been looking on, you see that the Ministry of Finance had added VAT to luxury food items to reduce the demand for those imported goods, while at the same time reducing the duties and VAT on basic food items. That is one way in which we can alleviate some of the strain on those who are more economically challenged in our society without increasing the price of everything across the board. It is challenging work, but it is a task that we have undertaken at the Ministry of Finance. Generally, due to the cyclical nature of inflows of forex into the domestic market, demand often exceeds supply of forex. And the central bank, in its role to maintain order and stability in the domestic foreign exchange market, routinely sells forex to the authorized dealers in the market to meet excess demand and contribute to covering the net sales gap, which is another measure, another issue that I'd like to remind the public of Trinidad and Tobago, that our banking system and the supply of forex is managed by the central bank, not by the Ministry of Finance. Main sources of domestic foreign exchange. The main sources of domestic foreign exchange are export earnings from the energy sector and from the manufacturing sector, which are subject to the vagaries of global energy market as well as foreign currencies received through taxes, royalties, and loans. These amounts are converted by the central bank and form part of the country's foreign exchange reserves. And earlier, Senator Richards asked some very specific questions about the availability or exactly the level of authorized level of purchases from the authorized dealers from the public. And I have some numbers here to share with him and the general public. When it comes to foreign exchange contributions from the energy and non-energy sector for the period January 1st, 2015 to March 11, 2022, the numbers are as follows. For 2015, authorized dealers' total purchase from the public came up to $4.9 billion. In 2016, we saw $4.3 billion. In 2017, we saw a dip to $3.6 billion. In 2018, an uptick to $4.1 billion. 2019, 4.2. Of course, in 2020, with the advent of the COVID virus, we saw this fall to $3.3 billion. And in 2021, an uptick to $4.1 billion. Gross official reserves at the end of 2021 amounted to approximately $6.9 billion, equivalent to 8.4 months of import cover. As at March 11, 2022, gross official reserves stood at $6.7 billion or 8.1 months import cover. Additionally, withdrawals from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund also contribute to the country's foreign exchange reserves. Over the fiscal period 2016 to 2021, withdrawals from the HSF totaled $2.5 billion. Over the period fiscal year 2015 to fiscal year 2022, the inflow of foreign currencies through central government external financing was as follows. We had foreign exchange from the energy sector, The main source of foreign exchange in the domestic market are export earnings from energy sector companies. In 2015, the energy sector companies contributed 68% of the forex in the domestic foreign exchange market. Over the period 2016 to 2019, the contribution of energy sector companies to the domestic foreign exchange market was slightly lower, ranging from 60% to 63%. This contribution again fell in 2020 to 57% due to the decline in energy prices and production, which are some of the adverse effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, for the period January 1st to March 11th, energy sector companies contributed 71% of the forex in the domestic foreign exchange market, following a 72% contribution in 2021. So, Mr. Vice President, you see exactly how demand has fallen over the years, how supply has fallen over the years, and exactly what is being done to improve supply. Our main supplier, as several speakers have said before, of foreign exchange comes from the energy sector. We have been working diligently on improving returns from that sector. Similarly, taxes comprising petroleum profit tax, or PPT, supplemental petroleum tax, or SPT, unemployment levy, the UEL, and green fund levy, GFL, paid by foreign energy companies, mostly in foreign currency, decreased from 2015 to 2020, falling from approximately $199 million to $59 million. As a result of an 18.5% decrease in the weighted average price of crude oil in calendar year 2016, there was a drop in tax revenue to $35.7 million in 2016. However, due in part to a 27.3% increase in the weighted average price of crude oil in calendar year 2017, revenue from the foreign energy companies recovered strongly to $114.9 million, and then to $143.3 million at $148.2 million in 2018 and 2019, respectively. Subsequent to the fall in energy tax revenue in calendar year 2020, on account of a 34.5% decline in the weighted average price of crude oil, taxes paid by foreign energy companies rose sharply to $157.6 million in calendar year 2021, as the weighted average price of crude oil was notably 59.6% higher than the previous year. Furthermore, there has been a decrease in total financial obligations and profit share payments from energy companies from $523.9 million in 2015 to $253.4 million in 2020, representing a 51.6% decline. For the period January-September to September 2021, financial obligations and profit share payments from production sharing companies, PSCs, totaled $216.5 million, while financial obligations from exploration and production companies totaled $2.2 million from January to June 2021 period. This decreased contribution by the energy sector has been partly due to sustained and depressed global energy prices over the period 2015 to 2020. Given this country's share of global oil production, Trinidad and Tobago has been and continues to be a price taker and is therefore vulnerable to the effects of price volatility in the global markets. Most recently was the collapse in oil and gas prices in the first few months of 2020. Due to the price war which occurred between major global oil producers, Saudi Arabia and Russia, and exacerbated by the supply glut precipitated by the COVID-19 global pandemic. The fall in prices in 2020, coupled with continued decline in production from our aging reservoirs and delayed projects due to COVID-19, has exacerbated the country's challenges in generating foreign exchange in particular and a sustainable revenue stream in general. How are we addressing the foreign exchange shortage? We have had intervention by the central bank. In an effort to address the liquidity concerns facing the domestic foreign exchange market, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago intervenes in the market in a regular fortnightly basis by selling forex to authorized dealers in order to meet their customers' excess demand. In order to improve the effectiveness, appropriate sizing and timing of its market intervention program, the CBTT has and continues to hold more regular communication with the authorized dealers to gain a better understanding of the emerging developments in the foreign exchange market. And let me mention here for Senator Richards' purposes exactly what some of those numbers look like. In 2015, central bank intervention was $2.6 billion US dollars. In 2016, $1.8 billion US dollars. 2017, $1.8 billion. 2018, $1.5 billion. 2019, we have $1.5 billion. 2020, $1.3 billion. And in 2021, $1.2 billion. So we have been working in terms of trying to shore up a level of supply in terms of foreign exchange to meet the demand that is taking place for foreign exchange in Trinidad and Tobago, especially when it comes to financing productive activities within our economy. Intervention by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. The government has provided a US dollar foreign exchange facility for the public sector since 2017. This ensures that state enterprises and other businesses are able to access the required foreign exchange essential to continue their operations, and also includes the foreign exchange facility established with the Export-Import Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, or the Exim Bank. Capitalization of this facility grew from $209 million US dollars in 2017 to $709 million in 2021. As at March 11, 2022, the facility was capitalized at $174.3 million US dollars. Provisions for the non-energy sector and MSMEs. This should speak to the issue brought up earlier by Senator John, and I hope it's helpful to all that are listening. In 2018, the government established the foreign exchange facility with the Exim Bank. The Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago was requested to license the Exim Bank as a dealer in foreign exchange and give the Exim Bank the responsibility to allocate foreign exchange to exporters. This facility was capitalized at $100 million US dollars and was established to fund the operations and import requirements of our local manufacturers and exporters. The facility was fully disbursed and allocated to approximately 100 manufacturers by December 2020. In December 2020, government approved the continuation of the facility to enable allocation to local manufacturers and exporters during 2021 in the sum of $100 million US dollars. In August 2021, Cabinet approved an additional increase by $150 million US dollars to a new ceiling of $350 million US dollars. As at February 28, 2022, the Exim Bank has accessed a cumulative total of $265 million US, providing foreign exchange to 122 manufacturers, the majority of which are small and medium enterprises. Some key highlights of the program are as follows. Exim Bank's both forex facilities have supported companies with total export sales of 2.1 billion TT dollars for the period January 2021 to February 2022. Export sales from the same cohort of manufacturers increased by 371.4 million TT, or 29%, from 2020 to 2021, and 17 sectors have accessed Forex, with the largest sectors being food and beverage, building and construction materials, and packaging and plastics. The Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association has also stated that this manufacturing Forex facility provided through the Exim Bank has enabled its members to focus on export growth strategies with confidence, improve supply chain management, and repair supplier credit relationships, reduce manufacturing downtime due to improved inventory stock levels, expand inventory options enabling global competitiveness, provide support to maintain employment levels, ensure the stability of the domestic supply of goods, and invest in new technologies and equipment. In addition, approximately 82% of the 181 unique companies served via all Exim Bank's Forex programs fall into the MSME category, which is the micro, small, medium enterprise category, Mr. Vice President. Funds to February 28, 2022 have been provided as follows. In the small category, we had $172 million. In the medium category, $136 million. And in large, $293.6 million, for, again, a total of $601,713,299. The Exim Bank continues to work closely with the TTMA to deliver on the government's policy objective to prioritize Forex to manufacturers. To align with the government and TTMA's strategy to double manufacturing exports by 2025, the Forex facility, now termed Forex 3.0, has iteratively been provided as follows. 1, increased access, now open to all manufacturers. Increased allocations. Ease of doing business via reduced requirements and streamlined process. Export data now obtained directly from the Ministry of Trade. The facility has now been expanded to allow easier access to sole traders, partnerships, and small joint ventures involved in manufacturing and export. A framework is now being put in place to facilitate this. To add, in April 2020, Cabinet agreed to the introduction of a USD Forex facility to the Exim Bank to facilitate allocation to eligible local importers and manufacturers for the purchase of food, pharmaceuticals, and other related essential items in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to the ongoing situation with the pandemic, the facility has been extended semi-annually and the ceiling increased. In August 2021, Cabinet approved an increase in the ceiling of this facility at the Exim Bank by $130 million to a new ceiling of $430 million. As at February 28, 2022, the Exim Bank has accessed a cumulative total of $340 million from the COVID facility. Mr. Vice President, other measures being implemented by the government, being used by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. In the energy sector, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries has been collaborating with energy companies to facilitate investment in the local energy sector. This has included the Ministry of Energy working alongside major upstream energy companies with the aim of increasing crude oil and natural gas production through the facilitation of projects which would directly impact on the country's level of exports, government revenue, and thereby the availability of foreign exchange. The medium-term outlook for crude oil and condensate production is positive, with production anticipated to increase from the current levels of around 60,000 barrels of oil per day to approximately 92,000 barrels per day by 2025. By 2025, correct. Based on planned development, natural gas production is also anticipated to rise from an estimated 2.6 billion standard cubic feet per day in 2021 to 3.7 billion cubic feet per day in 2025. The increased availability of natural gas will have a positive impact on the production and exports of both liquefied natural gas and petrochemicals. Given that the processing capacity exists and the market conditions are favorable, an increase in the country's foreign exchange earnings potentially is expected. In the non-energy sector, the government has taken and will continue to pursue measures that will increase the inflow of foreign exchange in this country. This includes, but not limited to, the following: the establishment of the Trinidad and Tobago Trade Policy. This articulates as one of its primary objectives increasing the value and volume of non-energy exports of goods and services during the next 5 years. The Export Booster Initiative. The Ministry of Trade and Industry, in collaboration with the National Export Facilitation Organization of Trinidad and Tobago and the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association, also developed the Export Booster Initiative to effect the development and growth of the manufacturing sector. The EBI is made up of 16 initiatives under 3 broad strategic areas, namely export promotion, acceleration, internalization, capacity building, and institutional strengthening. We also have the National Export Strategy. The government of Trinidad and Tobago is currently in the process of developing a national export strategy, which will serve as a roadmap to guide the country's efforts at export diversification by improving the trading environment of non-energy and services exporters. Trade missions. During the period January to September 2020, Trinidad and Tobago's manufacturers were able to break further ground in key export markets of interest, including Panama, Costa Rica, and Cuba. This was as a result of the connections and relationships forged between businesses and governments from trade missions and the assistance provided by the MTI and Export TT in particular in market intelligence and capacity building. I move on to Trade Facilitation Office. Trinidad and Tobago currently experiences tremendous success from its Trade Facilitation Office in Cuba, as Trinidad and Tobago continues to see a constant increase in exports. To date, several products in the food and beverage sector, glass bottles, paper, paints, cosmetics, and chemical sector now have an established presence in Cuba. This is the result of having trade experts on the ground.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you. That understand the culture and market and are able to engage in effective dialogue with key stakeholders. We also have boosting production capacity through economic spaces, more efficient business environment to facilitate border trade, and the role of course of Export TT. Export TT provides a comprehensive range of services to exporters, focused on increasing non-energy exports and to export-oriented businesses seeking to build their international competitiveness. The agency plays a pivotal role in building capacity and ensuring that international standards are met, thereby facilitating access to foreign markets. Mr. Vice President, unfortunately, there are too many people in the business community who do not see the changing tide that is sweeping our planet. All over the world, we are witnessing what is being called the death of retail. Businesses engaged in the simple buy and sell proposition are going out of business at a record rate. Why would some believe that Trinidad and Tobago would be somehow unaffected by this? In Trinidad and Tobago, the largest consumers of foreign exchange are imported food and imported motor vehicles. I believe I saw a statistic recently where the Ministry of Transport said that there are over 1 million registered vehicles on the roads of Trinidad and Tobago. That is a huge consumer of foreign exchange. Government has increased the cost of imported luxury food items with the addition of VAT while promoting a very well-received home farming initiative. We have also increased duties on imported motor vehicles and restricted the importation of older used vehicles. According to the Ministry of Works and Transport, as I said earlier, we have just over 1 million registered vehicles on the roads in Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. Vice President, the government of Trinidad and Tobago is doing all that we can to bring the demand for foreign exchange down in line with the reduced supply. Senator Dunarine and others must realize that the world economy is changing, and those that are unwilling to adapt to that inevitable change will be left behind. The world is moving from atoms to bits, from an industrial age to a digital age, which promises to touch all our lives. Currently, we have a free market foreign exchange system which prefers the producers of foreign exchange over the net consumers of foreign exchange, and that will not change anytime soon. So, Mr. Vice President, to ensure that foreign exchange is available for important activities such as medicine, education, and basic food items, it would mean that less would be available for other less productive activities. Mr. Vice President, we say in no uncertain terms that our country needs entrepreneurs and SMEs that are focused on export and not just imports. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. As I listen to the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance, I had to remind myself that we operate in a Westminster system, and he is part of a government who won an election and who were asked to form the government, a first-past-the-post system that gives total control to the winner. They get to select a prime minister, ministers, cabinet. They control every resource in Trinidad and Tobago. And here I listen to a minister in the Ministry of Finance who is stating and blaming business people who buy and sell, but takes no responsibility whatsoever for a shortage, a lack of supply in foreign exchange. The job of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, who controls all the assets and the resources of a brilliant people, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, all the sun, the sand, the abilities to earn revenue, the creative culture, the sport tourism, the music, the entities, the environment. The government controls all of this. They have the cabinet, and yet they come here to say, there is a shortage of foreign exchange, but we have no responsibility. It is those who are buying and selling in these types of businesses who are causing this, and that is causing the country to fail. I say shame on you, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, for not understanding your role. The fact that we have to ration foreign exchange, the fact that we are discussing facilities at the Exim Bank and whether 82% went to micro enterprises or whether it was really 28%, the fact that there is a shortage is the fault of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The mismanagement, the poor policies, the decisions that you have taken have left us in this position. So we must start there. And once we start there, we can understand where we are and where we are going and why so many businesses and so many people are suffering under this critical foreign exchange crunch. The Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance said that we in Trinidad and Tobago, we need to export. We need to stop the buy and sell mentality. Yet, as I look across there, he's a member of the People's National Movement government who shut down Petrotrin, the refinery that was producing products, diversifying energy sector products, and exporting products to the world for decades. And he transformed, the PNM government transformed us into a buy and sell. We now have to buy fuel to sell to our people. We have to suffer our people because we do not make or produce any products because the refinery has been closed for 3 years and 7 months. So, Honourable Minister, I hope that you look at your cabinet colleagues and you berate them as you say that we should not be moving away from production and productive capacity into buy and sell. I am certain that those companies, the 11 companies that shut down over the last 3.5 years at Point Lisas, they were attempting to produce products downstream for export, which would have brought about generous supplies of foreign exchange. But these 11 companies and the companies at Point Lisas and Point Lisas that is now operating at 24% capacity do so because the PNM government, with the PNM Prime Minister, with the then PNM Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, went to Houston in 2017, negotiated a gas price on behalf of NGC with the upstreamers, and since then the upstreamers have been boasting of 67% increase in their profit margin. The problem for the rest of the country is that when the upstreamers boast of increased profits, someone else has to suffer because it is a zero-sum game. Unfortunately, the people, the coffers, the supply of foreign exchange of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago was forced to suffer because of the poor negotiating skills of the government in charge now. So to come here and try to blame small and micro enterprises and businesses who are trying to make and turn a profit when you are the government, you tell us that at every opportunity. You shout it upstairs and downstairs. And now when it's time to take responsibility, you try to pass the buck. The Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance said that demand outstrips supply. That's as simple as it is. Well, yes, it is simple. But who's in charge of creating the supply? Who's in charge of encouraging supply? Who's in charge of bringing US into the country and foreign exchange? It is you, Honourable Minister. You are in charge. So if the supply is short, it means that your policies have fallen short. It was very interesting to note. I'm happy to be here to listen to the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance. It was quite shocking what he just said. The Honourable Minister just alerted this entire country to the sad realization that we are only producing 16,000 barrels of oil per day. He just stated that, and I had to take a deep breath. That is the lowest production of oil in the history of our country. 16,000 barrels a day. But the Honourable Minister hopes that by 2025, it will increase to 92,000 barrels a day. Well, that is very interesting because under the United National Congress and the then Minister of Energy, the Honourable Kevin Ramnarine, in 2014, Trinidad and Tobago was producing 92,000 barrels of oil per day. So the PNM has been in power for 7 years. They require another 3 years to return to the UNC levels of oil production. I do not think you all should be proud about that. The Minister of Public Administration stated that 125 million US was spent or needed for French fries. Well, now I understand why this PNM government made 100 million US available to food importers through the Exim Bank. This is truly a roadmap to recovery for KFC. Why are we here? The government must ration because the government has failed to produce foreign exchange. End of story. Trinidad and Tobago is suffering from double Dutch disease. I believe that I've coined that phrase. If anyone else has said it before, I give them credit, but I've heard it, neither heard it nor read it anywhere. We may know about Dutch disease. For those of you who may not have heard the term before, Dutch disease is simply when you get, or you're blessed with resources like Trinidad and Tobago, and you get an easy income from oil and gas, for example, that is there simply because God blessed our nation. That largesse and that money that comes in causes you to get lackadaisical, causes you to relax and know that money is always available, and therefore you do not focus on developing your other assets. You do not focus on diversification. You do not focus on developing different revenue streams. Trinidad and Tobago has long suffered from Dutch disease. But under this PNM government for the last 6 3/4 years, we are now suffering from double Dutch disease, because even the money that was so-called easy for decades under different administrations, including former PNM administrations, we now cannot collect because of the policies, the closure of the energy industry, the poor negotiations, the losses being made at NGC, the collapse of Point Lisas, the lack of effort and diversification in the agricultural sector, the movement away from sugar in 2004, and now the policy of this PNM and their Prime Minister that agriculture has no place because we do not have enough land space in order to produce enough to compete. This has led us to a position that we are now pariahs on the global stage, where we were once proud producers of products across the board. So we could hold our heads high and show off when we walk in Europe and we go to sporting events. We can wear our colors proudly because we would have provided the world with products made in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, unfortunately, due to the policies of this PNM, we are buy and sell. So the very government, the very minister in the Ministry of Finance who has turned us into buy and sell comes to complain about the citizens being buy and sell. Those who do not know their history are doomed to repeat it. What we are experiencing now in terms of our Dutch diseased economy, economic contraction and foreign exchange crunch is the result of, once more, a total and complete lack of PNM planning, a total and complete lack of foresight, and a total and complete inability to consider anything beyond the short-sighted depletion of the treasury for personal gain. Time and time again, the PNM's total incompetence in the fiscal and economic planning and foresight have landed this country into long, hard go-over seasons, time and time again. Something that a nation as resource-rich as ours should never, ever experience. Allow me to take us back some 40 years ago when the country was going through, curiously, similar conditions, the results of, curiously, similar chain of events. Allow me to quote from an article written by Dr. D. Conrad and J. Jagasan, published in 2018, titled Real Exchange Rate, Misalignment and Economic Growth. And I quote, during the period 1974 and 1982, for those of you who are younger than me, that was PNM government in charge. They went through an unfettered 30 years from 1956 to 1986. So this 1974 period to 1982 spans only the PNM. Trinidad and Tobago benefited immensely from positive oil shocks, which led to economic boom conditions in Trinidad and Tobago. Real GDP growth for the period averaged 4.6%, while foreign exchange reserves climbed from $768.3 million US dollars, TT dollars, in 1972 to 7.16 billion TT dollars in 1982, a dramatic increase, peaking in 1981 just before the death of the first Prime Minister of the PNM and Trinidad and Tobago, Eric Williams, 1981, 7.69 billion. Along with this, government expenditures rose sharply and there was a commensurate fall in unemployment. So things were looking good because oil and gas was available. Trinidad and Tobago was becoming a world player. Our per capita income was rising, and we are among some of the highest in the world because of our small population with vast resources. The unprecedented boom was followed by an adverse movement in the country's terms of trade, which was precipitated by falling oil prices from a peak of US $39.60 per barrel in 1981 to less than $15 a barrel in 1986. This led to declining government revenues and mounting fiscal deficits, which grew from 1.4% to 13.1% of GDP in 1983. So what we saw again, as we are seeing now, was the then PNM government over-dependent on oil and gas, only being able to make money when the global prices were up, and the country would suffer when the global prices went down. We were price takers then, and 40 years later now, under another PNM regime, we are price takers once again, as stated by the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance. So all of this PNM government for 54 years, we have been unable to change ourselves from price takers to price makers, to producers and to exporters. And the PNM comes here today to blame the small man. The government, which was the PNM government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, their policy then was to control imports. As we just heard the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance state at the end of his contribution, that the government's, this PNM government's proposal and policy is to control imports, especially of cars, of luxury items and luxury foods. So we are hearing 40 years later, the same old PNM. Rather than devalue the local currency, and it must be noted here, that no, I listened to all the debates of all the senators previously, and I did not hear any senator talk about the willingness or desire to devalue the currency, so I wasn't sure where the Honourable Minister was going with that. Consequently, back then, there was a system of ex-ante central bank controls over imports and the implementation of a wide array of tariffs, taxes, and subsidies. Does this sound like it is right now? Does it sound like we're in a time warp? There were no incentives back then for diversification, no incentives to develop alternative supplies or revenue streams, no buy local, no increase in agro-processing and agricultural land, no diversification in tourism, sport tourism, into manufacturing, no incentives for our people 40 years ago to diversify, and now the people get blamed, but not the PNM. In 1986, when international oil prices fell to less than $15 per barrel, Trinidad and Tobago experienced a precipitous fall in foreign exchange reserves, as is occurring now, because we are price takers under the PNM, and we still are price takers. Reserves fell to the equivalent of less than 2 months of import cover. This sounds similar, because when Kamala Persad-Bissessar and the United National Congress left office in 2015, there was $12.26 billion in reserves, 14.5 months of import cover. And as we speak here now under the People's National Movement, we are down to 7.5 months of import cover, heading to that figure, that world record figure of 2 months import cover back in 1986 after 30 unfettered years of PNM mismanagement. When international oil prices fell, Trinidad and Tobago experienced a precipitous fall. Reserves fell to the equivalent of less than 2 months. Between 1982 and 1987, earnings from the petroleum sector fell by almost 50%. We are seeing that today, not only in the oil and the lack of the refinery, but unfortunately we are a gas economy, and our gas production is low, our gas margins are low, and in a global climate, where global prices are rising, For the first time in our history, we are fearful of rising oil price, rising fuel price, because we are now in a double Dutch disease as the refinery remains closed. We also see almost a carbon copy P&M policy in the period 2016 to 2022 that has landed us where we are now. I now read from the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago 2016 Annual Economic Survey printed in 2017. The Trinidad and Tobago economy continued to contract in 2016. Adversity, this is all before COVID, because I hear COVID. You would believe that COVID began in September 2015. The Trinidad and Tobago economy contracted, and this was adversely impacted by a combination of domestic and external factors. If you listen to government members here, you would believe that it is simply global shocks and external factors and war in Ukraine and between Ukraine and Russia that impacts Trinidad and Tobago and the government, their policies, their domestic policies, and what they have failed to implement has no impact whatsoever. But anyone who understands knows that the combination of failed domestic policy and global shocks is bringing pain to each and every citizen across Trinidad and Tobago, exacerbated by the lack of foreign exchange, that lifeblood of business, of job creation, and of putting food on the table. In 2016, the local economy was largely set back by declines in the energy sector. Production indicators monitored by the central bank indicate that all subsectors of non-energy activity declined. What does that mean? That the P&M government failed to diversify. All other sectors declined. The lackluster economic performance the central bank continued of the local economy also had knock-on effects on the labor market. The latest available data from the CSO at that time indicated that the unemployment rate increased to 4.1% in the third quarter as compared to 3.4%. And this was before the influx of illegal immigrants, as Maduro was just becoming a dictator in Venezuela, and the economy of Venezuela was to crash 1 year later. This was all long before COVID. The fiscal deficit increased in fiscal year 2015 to 16 largely as a result of lower energy revenues. Estimates from the Ministry of Finance indicate that the deficit was $7.3 billion, 5% of GDP. This is 2016. No COVID, no pandemic, no lockdown, no shutdown, no breakdown, no state of emergency. Failed policies creating misery for the people and ensuring that the supply of foreign exchange would begin to diminish and create a situation where businesses would be forced to shut down. Additionally, the country's international investment position deteriorated on account of noticeable declines in direct investment. In light of the country's lower earnings of foreign exchange, because of the low energy commodity prices, foreign exchange purchases from the public by authorized dealers declined, even back then by 13.2% from 2015 levels. Central bank sales to authorized dealers also declined by 31.4% in 2016. This is an indicator of an economy shutting down, slowing down, job losses, a government that was lacking in the ability to generate income, to diversify. All of this here in the central bank report. Fast forward to 2019. Reading again, and 2019, please, is before COVID. From the Central Bank Bulletin of 2020, let's note here that the central bank governor is not the neighbor and investment partner of Kamla Persad-Bissessar. So let's read the report from the central bank. Preliminary data for the first 2 months of fiscal 2019-2020 show that the central government incurred a deficit of $2.6 billion compared with a deficit of $1.4 billion in the corresponding period 1 year earlier. The deficit was primarily on account of lower revenue, which outpaced the decline in expenditure. Revenue collections fell by 1.4 billion to reach 4.0 billion at the end of November 2019. Lower earnings was reflective of a simultaneous fall off in both energy and non-energy receipts. What does that mean? The entire economy before COVID was shattered. Even the jewel of the energy sector that required just autopilot and maintenance was crumbling under the decisions of the PNM government to shut down Petrotrin, to shut down the refinery, to put 5,364 permanent workers permanently out of a job, to remove 6,100 temporary workers, to put pressure on the fence line communities, businesses across the board. This was showing before COVID. As a result, heavy reliance has been placed on both domestic and external borrowings. So the government was unable to create different revenue streams. The energy sector was collapsing, not booming, and the non-energy sector was not showing growth, it was shrinking. So what did the PNM say that they would do? They needed money, so borrow to spend. They placed heavy reliance on both domestic and external borrowings, leading to a sharp increase in public sector debt. At the end of September 2019, before COVID, the public sector debt outstanding stood at 63.2% of GDP, compared with 47.1% of GDP at the end of September 2015, an increase of some 16% as the PNM borrowed.
Senator Roberts, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me just move on. The double Dutch disease, the perpetuation of the reliance on oil and gas continues under this PNM. No ingenuity, no creativity, no understanding and respect of the different resources that we have. For foreign exchange earnings, zero diversification of the economy, heavy import bill, and it has landed us where we are now. The depletion of the Heritage and Stabilization Fund as opposed to the enhanced contributions leave the economy vulnerable. Fast forward. I heard and I read the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industry spoke about $100 million US injection for importation of basic food items, pharmaceuticals and essential items in the Newsday, printed in the Newsday, Monday 1st April 2022. And a second injection of $100 million US to the Exim Bank to facilitate local and manufacturing and exporters. What I asked the Honourable Minister, if she ever speaks again or talks to some other colleagues, what was the shortfall? So it's very interesting that you tell us that you inject 100 million or 200 million and for specific uses, but what was the shortfall? What was necessary? How many millions did we need? Because if my baby, 6-month-old baby, requires 40 ounces of Infamil milk per day, and I am only able to give the baby 20 ounces of milk per day, eventually, due to that deficit in calories, my baby is going to get sick and eventually die. So just giving us these big numbers without us knowing what is required, what is the norm, what was needed, is really giving us just numbers to hold. In the Guardian, February 3rd, the Chamber of Industry of Commerce survey said that less than 50% of the US required by 66% of those businesses surveyed was being given. So if you have a business and you can only get 50% of your requirements, is it shocking that over 6,000 businesses have collapsed and shut down in the last 20 months? There were job losses due to these businesses shutting down. So to tell us that you are injecting some US into the economy without telling us how much was needed is really information that goes nowhere. It was very ironic to see the Honourable Minister making this speech as she was there as the main invitee, the guest, the main speaker at the opening of a massive Massey store in Brentwood. I'm happy for Massey stores and the big players, but the people are suffering. I would have preferred to see the minister there taking a photo up with some of the small and micro enterprises who had received US dollars from this facility. If the PNM had left the Trinidad and Tobago economy on autopilot, we would have been better off than we are with them at the wheel. Tourism in Tobago between 2014 and 2016, there were 97,000 international arrivals. By 2017, 2018, that dropped to 17,000 international arrivals per year. Then the collapse of the sea bridge even collapsed the domestic tourism. The energy companies and energy sector have left Trinidad and Tobago. We have no foreign direct investment for the last 2 years. We are suffering at negative 439 million US. That means that companies and investors are taking their money and running elsewhere. This is not a good sign for Trinidad and Tobago. This needs to be reversed and reversed quickly. The PNM says that a foreign exchange is critical, but yet the foreign policy of the PNM turns us somehow away from our major trading partners, the USA, Canada, and the European Union, and towards Venezuela, Russia, and Iran. So I need them to explain that change in foreign policy and how they expect that to impact the foreign exchange supply that we need. The foreign exchange crunch exacerbates crime because if small itinerant peddlers or small business people or the small man on the street who utilizes US to supply their or to add subsidiary income.
Senator Roberts, your time has expired. Senator Dylan Remy.
Madam President, I'm pleased to be able to support this motion by Senator Amrita Deonarine. Be it resolved that this Senate calls on the government to table in Parliament within 6 months a comprehensive policy framework that will guide key stakeholders, including MSMEs, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, and commercial banks, and how government intends to navigate the tightness of the foreign exchange market to overcome the downside risks in the medium and the long term. Madam President, I am coming at the end of the contributions, and several of the points that I would have liked to make have already been made by other members in this debate. But I have, I think, 3 points that I need to make specifically as it relates to how the impact of this Forex is, how it's impacting persons in the Tobago space. Madam President, I note the finance ministers and the minister in the public administration's insistence that government would not be seeking to manage what goes on to the commercial banks, as it would be counterproductive. I note on page 52 of the Hansard, the ministers, the Hansard of the debate in March, the Minister of Finance said, I don't think any government would want to adopt an interventionist posture within the commercial banking sector and tell the commercial banks who they should give foreign exchange to and how much, I end quote. The matter of concern here is the fact that persons within the category that Senator Deonarine spoke about and many other persons are not receiving the foreign exchange that they need to do business. I do accept that there are many issues that has resulted in this. The most important of which is the fact that we are not getting as much foreign exchange as a result of the oil and gas crisis. However, the fact is that we do have foreign exchange to dispense to persons within the banking system, and there is right now a gap in terms of who is getting the foreign exchange, and I think it needs to be addressed. And if the finance minister is saying that it would not be addressed in this way, I think what Senator Deonarine is asking is for a policy framework in which we can see that things are going to be done differently. Madam President, the Finance Minister also talked about the great work that is being done by the Exim Bank in supporting local companies, including the same group of MSMEs in terms of exporting, and that is great. When Senator Thompson Ahi in the last presentation by the Minister of Finance asked about the injection of Forex into the system, the Minister of Finance said almost immediately, I quote from him again on page 62 of the Hansard, "We do this on a regular basis, and I approach the Cabinet for approval because that is the system. And I would not do anything like this without first providing the justification to the Cabinet." And he said, "But within the next couple of weeks, I'll be approaching the Cabinet to increase the allocation of foreign exchange to the Exim Bank to allow increased allocations to importance of essential items and also to expand the Forex availability to small, micro, and medium enterprises within the next couple of weeks." I heard the Minister Manning's presentation where he said that the government is prepared to let the public know exactly what is the policy framework that they are operating on. I think this is what I gathered from his presentation. I would like to know what it is. And also, I would like to know whether there was an improvement the Finance Minister did get the approval to increase the foreign exchange that is being into the Exim Bank, as the Minister of Finance had indicated in March. Madam President, I am concerned. I heard many of our presenters, including Senator Dayal Singh, talk about the luxury items we have on our shelves. And I remember asking this question, I think it was last year in one of my presentations here. It does not make sense to me that we are having a problem with foreign exchange to be able to get our manufacturing and also to get medical supplies and stuff like that. We are unable to get that to the degree that we should. And we are having all types of things that are available or no. It just does not make sense to me. The amount of foreign cereal, different brands, foreign fruits, different brands, it does not make sense to me. It is worrying to me. But from what I understand from some people, many of these big businesses are not necessarily using foreign exchange from Trinidad and Tobago. They have other means of getting the foreign exchange to get those items into Trinidad and Tobago. But I'm concerned about that. Madam President, I would make 3 points about Tobago. One, when I was inquiring there about what is happening with the foreign exchange and how it is affecting people, I quote one story from one business, a small business person who won a contract, won a bid for a government contract. And the contract requires the purchase of equipment from abroad because that's the only place the equipment is available. And after 1 year, that person is still waiting to be able to get the amount of foreign exchange to bring in that equipment to meet the need for supplying for meeting the requirements of that contract. And this is in spite of several efforts to get the bank to meet the needs that the person has. The person would not qualify for the Exim Bank arrangement because the person is not exporting. But this small business person cannot get the foreign exchange. And this is only one person, multiply that by several. The other I would like to note is another business person who is trying to manufacture products in Tobago. Cannot get imports because the raw material is required the required raw material comes from outside and cannot get either the bank or Exim Bank to give the appropriate foreign exchange to get those products inside. The Exim Bank says, no, we are not able to do that. And as a result, the person who is here, being very creative, entrepreneurial, cannot get the appropriate foreign exchange to get the material so that that person can create and manufacture. Yes, it's a small business, but the manufacturing is happening in Tobago, and that person would be able to, if they get the foreign exchange and get the material in, would be able to employ persons. I've heard our Minister of Trade talk about all the things that are happening in the Tobago space about the various entrepreneurs right now. I know there are some people in the UK right now showing off things that they are making in Tobago in terms of dasheen flour, dasheen cereals, etc. People are willing to try. However, they need the support of the government. And I heard the Minister of Trade in her presentations and also all the other ministers talk about the number of things that are happening. And I have no doubt that people are making an effort. However, we still have a gap. And I think this motion by Senator Dino Ryan is timely, and we should, the Minister of Finance and the government should make every effort to ensure that these things are available so that the persons can be able to do their manufacturing, local manufacturing in Trinidad and Tobago. I heard Senator Timal talk about the import substitution, and that he talked about that being something that the government should look at. My final point would be about the tourism product. And Senator Roberts just mentioned that. It is one of the areas that I remember previously mentioning in one of, I think it was a budget presentation, this business about tourism in Tobago and as our main source of income, post-COVID, and I'm saying post-COVID, even though I know that we are still within the period of COVID, but the economy has to be boosted, and tourism product from Tobago would allow tourism product from Trinidad and Tobago, and the main producer there is in Tobago. We should be doing everything that can be done right now to make sure that the product that we have in Trinidad and Tobago, particularly Tobago for the tourism, should be of a quality that will be able to bring in the forex into Trinidad and Tobago. As many tourism persons would tell you, when the tourism product was going very well in Tobago, you didn't have a problem with foreign exchange. You go to the bank and you get, because the tourists were bringing in the foreign exchange. And that is not happening now. Madam President, I understand what the minister is saying in terms of his reluctance to control what is happening at the banks, but I'm pleading with him to please seriously consider this motion that Senator Diana Ryan has put for discussion today, so that we will be able to get something to make a difference for micro, small, and medium enterprises, that we will be able to see our way in this post-COVID economy. Madam President, I thank you.
Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts. Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this very important motion. I didn't intend to contribute, but of course I was moved to put a few matters on the record. Madam President, it is a very important motion, but I do not agree with the form of resolution that is attached to the motion. And therefore, at the end of my contribution, I will move to have that resolution amended for the consideration of this August Senate. Madam President, I agree that it was indeed a benefit to us all and to the country that Senator Diona Ryan bring this motion, because it is very important that we have a discussion on the macroeconomy and on the foreign exchange system and how it works, because not many of us in this country understand as much as we should about the macroeconomy and how the foreign exchange reserves work. So I agree. It is extremely important to bring it. It is important to understand how foreign exchange reserves in a country works, how those foreign exchange reserves are built up, and how the foreign exchange reserves and why they are put into the system, and the consequences of not balancing through monetary policy the foreign exchange system. And it's important because Senator John, in response to Senator West, and I think I just heard it again from Senator Roberts, indicated that nobody is talking about devaluation. Nobody said devaluation. But obviously, if you understand the way foreign exchange reserves work and monetary policy, we are talking about devaluation if a proper balance is not maintained and too much of the foreign exchange reserves go into the system to satisfy every unmet need. So we are talking about it, and it just demonstrates that Senator John and Senator Roberts do not completely understand foreign exchange reserves and monetary policy. So, Senator Roberts, yes, it is unsustainable now in the light of depleting foreign exchange reserves as a consequence of depleting oil and gas output and the volatility of prices. It is unsustainable to simply create a business that imports and sells. That is unsustainable. Senator Roberts went on to speak about Petrotrin. And perhaps he is impervious to the facts that have been placed on the record time and time again that the refinery was operating at a loss. The refinery, to refine the amount of output, we had to import crude. The refinery was operating at a loss. And he is impervious to the fact that the restructured Heritage Petroleum, which is in the exploration, production, and sale of crude oil, and of course, Paria, those companies are now contributing to the economy in a positive way and contributing to our foreign exchange reserves. the manner of debate in this chamber, Madam President, is sometimes a little unfair. But we understand debate. And I'm saying it's unfair because sometimes people can just get up and say whatever they want without the backing of factual support. Senator Roberts attributed to Minister Manning that the level of output now is 16,000 barrels per day. That is completely untrue. And he further went to state another untruth, that when Minister Kelvin Ramnarine was the Minister of Finance, was the Minister of Energy, the output was 97,000 barrels per day. A very simple clickety-clack search on the internet, Madam President, would reveal that in 2014, according to globaleconomy.com, the output in 2014 was 56,000 barrels per day. And the output of barrels per day in 2020 was 56.7 thousand barrels per day. But persons, senators, it may be their style to simply get up and state things that are simply not true. But thankfully, we have the means and the statistics by which we can prove them untrue. Senator Roberts made the point that we're price takers. Of course we're price takers. We extract and produce and sell a commodity. We're price takers now in the same way that we were price takers between 2010 and 2015. If we're talking about energy and energy products output. But what Senator Roberts did not do in his entire contribution was to indicate, well, what differently did you all do between 2010 and 2015 to enhance and improve our foreign exchange position? You did nothing. You sat back and you allowed the energy output and the prices of energy at that time to fill the coffers. You did absolutely nothing. Senator Roberts had the unmitigated gall to speak about deficit budgets. And he read through a central bank report about deficit budgets. Believing that we have all forgotten between 2010 and 2015, that every single year under the People's Partnership Government, under the Prime Ministership of Kamala Persad-Bissessar, they ran a deficit budget for every single year, taking the national expenditure up to $63 billion, a most unsustainable amount that this government, under the Prime Ministership of the Honourable Keith Rowley, we had to manage, brought it down gently, without too much turbulence, except, of course, from Senator Mark, but without the turbulence. Senator Mark, I have an affinity for you. What Senator Roberts also did not admit is that notwithstanding the banking arrangements with the commercial banks as purchasers and suppliers of foreign exchange, that this government, through the Ministry of Trade and their policy and under the Ministry of Finance, put annually in the economy for the use of micro, small, and medium enterprises over $1 billion US. But Senator Mark, through you, Madam President, it is for persons involved in manufacturing and export. It is not to buy Louis Vuitton bags or shoes. Another thing that Senator Roberts indicated that was completely untrue one very quick search of the CSO's information is that our international arrivals to Tobago for over the last decade hovered around 20 to 21, 25,000 arrivals. That is, it has never been 97,000 arrivals since the Manning government. And of course, to achieve that, there were certain incentives and so on that that government could have afforded to put towards the airlines to encourage 97,000 arrivals. It's completely untrue. It has been like that under the People's Partnership government. What did this government do? Recently, Madam President, happily, I can announce that Caribbean Airlines, working with the THA and working with the Tobago Tourism Agency, just announced a direct flight aimed at the diaspora and other persons through Caribbean Airlines to Tobago, to giving Tobago a chance to enhance the tourism and arrivals. And not only that, a direct flight from Barbados to Tobago, giving the Tobago tourism operators a chance to tap in to the connecting flights from many European countries, since Barbados has more airlift than Tobago. And we continue to work with airlift. But of course, Senator Dillon Remini, I would say, and it may sound a little unpopular, one of the challenges to enhancing the tourism product in Tobago is something that we recently discussed with the THA. And that is the question of land ownership and attracting that foreign direct investment and foreigners now to purchase land, purchase property in Tobago. One of the issues. And I hear what you've said, Senator Remy, but the Exim Bank has a program, a very successful program for manufacturers and supporters. So therefore, it may very well be, as is usual, a problem with communication and ensuring that persons know what is available through the Exim Bank in accordance with national policy to assist the manufacturers and exporters in Tobago. I remember meeting one of them. I think he, correct me if I'm wrong, Minister of Trade, but I remember meeting someone who manufactured household chemicals and so on, a very successful person, very successful. And there are others, and that is something to be encouraged. So, Madam President, I wanted to touch on this whole question, and I've heard it spoken about social justice and equity and fairness. But who exactly determines the meaning of equity? I won't touch social justice because that is a loaded concept, and I don't think it has any place here for reasons, but who determines equity? Who determines fairness? The central bank is empowered to determine that through monetary policy. And that is what we expect them to do, that is what they do, and that is what they have done successfully. But it is subjective. It is vague. The concept is indeterminate. What is equitable to me may not be equitable to you, may not be equitable to a banker who has to satisfy his shareholders, may not be equitable to the person who manages the Exim Bank. And I have to confess that I am indeed a little unimpressed where anecdotal type evidence is raised, like the statement of the Sanwa Business Association did a survey and X amount of respondents said this or the other, without actually seeing the survey instrument and determining how the data was converted into information and realized. There are many persons who do that, and at the drop of a hat, they will say they called around, and it is what it is. I am not impressed by that, and I can't be motivated by that. Senator Mark indicated that the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago own the foreign exchange reserves in this country, according to Senator Mark. That is correct. I agree with that. But Senator Mark, in his argument, uses that statement to attempt to conflate equity with equality and to support his argument of equality, that everybody who approaches a bank must be able to get the amount of foreign exchange reserves, foreign exchange that they desire. But by analogy, and hear me out on this analogy, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago own all the police stations as well as all the police cars. It doesn't mean that a citizen could just pick up a police car and say, I own this and I will drive it, because it's subject to the laws, the rules, and the policies of the police service. But it is true that the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago own the police stations and the police cars. Similarly, the management of the country's foreign exchange reserves is subject to the monetary policy managed by the country's central bank. And the laws and the policies of this country give them the authority to do so, and they have been doing a good job. So it is a poor argument, but of course aimed at public and popular sentiment. I understand that. And then a number of senators raised what I call the Volvo argument. Unfortunate. Spoke about a Volvo showroom and tried to make the point that, well, this particular business just opened a new showroom and they're importing Volvo motor vehicles to sell. But I, too, have to confess, Madam President, that I am very proud of the conglomerate, the Trinidad and Tobago conglomerate that is the Massey Group, a publicly traded company. And what is not either not known or not raised is that Massey Motors is part of a Massey Group. And we do not know whether they approach the bank for foreign exchange reserves or whether they are net foreign exchange earners and simply use their own reserves in furtherance of their motor vehicle business. So it's very unfair to use this particular example in making the point. So, Madam President, I will move on to a number of matters that are not in dispute. Because, of course, we accept that this is a very important debate, and there are a number of matters that are not in dispute. What is not in dispute is that the foreign exchange earning has been lower as a result of energy prices and energy output. Oil and gas is a depleting resource, and it is a major part of our economy. What is not in dispute is that there is the provision of foreign exchange to MSMEs, micro and small and medium enterprises, who are exporters, manufacturers, and it is made through a framework and a program run by the Exim Bank, and there are others. It is also true that there is greater demand for foreign exchange than there is supply. It is also true that we do have healthy import cover at this time in Trinidad and Tobago. So therefore, Madam President, the issue is one, very simply speaking to the layman, it's one of supply and demand. And the solution, which is simple to speak, but not so simple to implement, is that we need to focus on reducing unnecessary demand and increasing the foreign exchange earnings of firms and individuals through exports. Minister West spoke about French fries. Do we need to import so much French fries when we have a number of substitutes that can be locally grown here? Senator Mark and Senator Dionarine also spoke to the question of the availability of Forex to pay tuition fees at foreign universities, foreign education. Nothing is wrong with wanting a foreign education. I was educated for a year in England, but also nothing is wrong with the University of the West Indies or the University of Trinidad and Tobago. It is a matter of taste, perhaps. But nothing is wrong with a foreign education. But I would hate to believe that a parent would send their child to a foreign university, Pace University or Metropolitan University of London or whatever university, and not know how they're going to pay the tuition fees. It is like someone who decides to put up a 5-story building and gets to the 2nd story and does not know how he is going to complete the building. That person would be called a fool. I'm sorry if this is unpopular, but it is simply what it is. You have to know how you're going to pay for the foreign education before you send your child there and struggle to get $200 or $300 or whatever it is that we're talking about. By the way, Madam President, what is also not said is that persons with credit cards, you're allowed $9,000 per cycle to spend. So those things are not said, but it's unpopular to say it. But I will say it. Senator John touched on capital flight and capital investment. Of course, we had the issue of sandals in Tobago. And that issue involved foreign direct investment of one of the most successful brands in the Caribbean and in the world. And what we got from the opposition was a scandal where the opposition, through their friends and their agents, attempted to attack the very brand that was sandals, and eventually they indicated that it was too risky and they pulled out. We're all educated in here, and one of the first things that any company does prior to an investment is to do a pestle analysis. And P is the first word, and it stands for political. And I would say, Madam President, that there are persons in this country, and some of them belong to the party that is the opposition, who create a very unfavorable investment climate in Trinidad and Tobago. You create that investment. I mean, the latest scandal, which might be deemed irrelevant, Madam Speaker, but to make such a claim as being made by the member for Saparia, the opposition leader, about the government's behavior and actions towards high office holders in this country, what does that say to the international investment market and climate into Trinidad and Tobago? But we are in charge, and we are responsible, and we will fight on. We will continue. We will continue to create the enabling environment for investment, and we have been doing that in the Ministry of Tourism, Madam President.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you very much. In the Ministry of Tourism, Madam President, we have been focusing on the accommodation sector. We've recently opened the Bricks Hotel. The Radisson Blu is due to open sometime soon, so too Comfort Inn Suites in Tobago. And the accommodation sector is a foreign exchange earner. We have been working on those. There is also the prospect of a Hilton Garden Inn hotel at the airport. The Salibe Hotel Resort was recently refurbished and completed, and there are 2 other redeveloped hotels that are soon to come onto the market. Of course, fearful and will not announce where they are or who the investors are, because we know what may happen. But we're focused on the accommodation sector as part of our diversification thrust, because it is a foreign exchange earner. Tobago happily has just announced that it will host a carnival in October. Festivals, a major draw, a major pull, is also a foreign exchange earner. We just had the Taste of Carnival, and while the Taste of Carnival was not a foreign exchange earner, persons very incorrectly thought that if you put out $15 million, well, then the NCC somehow should have earned $20 million. But that is not how festival economics works. But we look forward to creating more festivals, and we look forward to Carnival 2023, because Carnival in 2023 draws in between 50 and 60 million US dollars. And that is the draw of festivals. We are also focused in supporting the creation of festivals, Trinidad and Tobago type carnival festivals worldwide. That is a way in which our soca artists, our artisans are able to go abroad and earn foreign exchange and remit it here to Trinidad and Tobago. We're working on e-commerce for a lot of these tourism operators. So, Madam President, in conclusion, I would say that there is no discrimination. It is something that we have to continue to work on to improve and increase the earnings of foreign exchange and curb the demand. It is something that we have to continue to do. And Madam President, as I indicated earlier, I beg to move that the motion be amended by deleting the resolution on the motion and replacing it with the following. Be it resolved that this Senate call on the government to table in Parliament within 6 months a statement on how the government intends to address the availability of foreign exchange. And I think further to that, and that is the resolution, Madam President, but I think that will achieve what Senator Diana Ryan sets out to achieve, and as widely circulated as it might be, it would be for the benefit to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, with those few words and with that amendment, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the motion be amended by deleting the resolution of the motion and replacing it with the following. Be it resolved that this Senate call on the government to table in Parliament within 6 months a statement on how the government intends to address the availability of foreign exchange. Senator Diana Ryan.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity. Madam President, I want to first begin wrapping up this motion by thanking all members of this Honourable House for their participation in this debate. I think it encouraged fruitful discussion on this very prominent issue on the accessibility of foreign exchange in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, I acknowledge mention of all the work and initiatives that the Minister of Trade and the Minister of Finance and all government members alluded to in their contributions. But, Madam President, despite these policy responses, the challenge remains when we look at the equity of accessing the nation's scarce foreign exchange resources. Now, Madam President, I listened to the responses by the government very carefully, and I must say that there was some misunderstanding as to what is this policy framework to navigate the foreign exchange market I was asking for. Because I heard reference being made to the trade policy, I heard reference being made to the roadmap for recovery, Vision 2030, all of which are overarching objectives of the government to move away from the energy sector, to diversify the export base of the country. But what I did not hear, however, was that the government's policy to deal with the current challenges endured by MSMEs and the wider population until these policies set in. And none of these policies seem to address the challenge in the short term. Because we understand that the initiatives alluded to by the government would take some time, right? It cannot be that expanding the allocation of by US $200 million to the Exim Bank is the only policy, because cumulatively the allocation by the Exim Bank of about US $1 billion since 2018 accounts for 6% of the total foreign exchange sold by authorized dealers in Trinidad and Tobago since 2018. Madam President, the foreign exchange policy, the policy framework that I'm asking for is not about the reintroduction of administrative controls that existed prior to 1993. Nor was it about recommending that we devalue the dollar. However, as Minister Mitchell rightly said, we cannot stay away from speaking about devaluation once we are talking about monetary policy. So it was expected that it came into the discussion. But this motion was about instituting a system of equity. Equity in a system which currently disregards the needs of the ordinary citizens and MSMEs. Secondly, it was about increasing efficiency in resource allocation so that our entrepreneurial base can expand, so enabling our success with economic diversification strategies. Now, based on what the Minister of Finance said and Senator and Minister in Public Administration, is that control over foreign exchange is not something we would like to revisit, with the understanding of it being too interventionist. Madam President, apart from the fact that our current special foreign exchange window policies via the Exim Bank are in fact an element of exchange control, back in 1993, there were some aspects of exchange control that actually worked when it came to the equity of accessibility to the wider population. We have a tendency in Trinidad and Tobago for throwing away everything in our history without realizing that there were some things which could have been kept. This is something that permeates not only the financial management of the economy, but let us clear up some confusion, Madam President, or misunderstanding of exchange controls. Prior to 1993, we had exchange controls in place. In 1993, when we abolished exchange controls, that was based at the time on introducing then a floating exchange rate. A free-floating currency is based on the interaction of demand and supply to determine the price of the currency. So the market determined what the price of the exchange rate was going to be on a particular day. And Madam President, in 1993, anyone who wished to go to obtain any amount of foreign exchange for whatever purpose could go to the commercial bank and pay that day's price. In 1993, there was no rationing, as Senator Timal alluded to. There was no rationing. There was none. What happened, however, was that the free float did not last very long. By 1997, when the price of oil declined to $9 a barrel, we moved to a situation where there was a de facto exchange rate, and it was a de facto managed exchange rate. We moved from a free float to a de facto pegged managed rate fluctuating with a very tight band. Since 1997, there were injections continuously by the central bank. We found ourselves, therefore, we found ourselves in a situation of a managed rate without some of the benefits of controls which existed before. So what are these benefits of controls that I am speaking about to the wider population? Now, Madam President, I have with me a copy of a passport of a TT resident who studied abroad in 1982, when administrative controls were well in place. Back then, once a tertiary student had to pay tuition fees, they received approval from the central bank to do so. So on the 11th of August, 1982, this student presented their tuition sheet from the university. They were granted 9,817 Canadian dollars on the spot. This is equivalent to 25,328 Canadian dollars in today's terms when we take inflation into account. So, Madam President, 40 years ago, long before I was born, a student wishing to study abroad will obtain his full allocation without fuss. Because of that policy, Trinidad and Tobago was able to develop its human capital base. Because of that administrative policy, one of equity and fairness, we had the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago ensuring at that time that our population would have the necessary foreign exchange. So the skill set so critical for development of Trinidad and Tobago will be available in Trinidad and Tobago. So I find it odd that the government would think that they want nothing to do with administrative controls, the same controls that ensured that the regular population obtained its share of scarce commodity of the foreign exchange. Let us continue to the regular population who would like to travel. Right now, as several members during the debate indicated, someone who wishes to travel, they need to present their itinerary to get $300 in cash. When we had administrative controls, prior to 1993, do you know how much a regular person was able to obtain when they wanted to travel? The same passport from back in the 1980s show approval by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago on the 17th of July, 1988. There was an annual allocation of TT $2,500 per annum. Now remember, back then, our exchange rate was $2.40. When we adjust this $2,500 to today's value, it works up to 9,000 TT dollars allowance. That is US 1,323 equivalent to today's exchange rate. Let us say a regular citizen travels twice for the year. That person would have been allowed $661 per trip or per trip. So here's what. 35 years ago, with administrative controls, the wider population, when traveling, was given an allocation. Now you have to go to the bank, beg for $300 with your ticket and itinerary months in advance. You get your $300 in cash. And Madam President, if you are a citizen who do not have a credit card, because not all of us are privileged to have a maximum limit of $9,000 on a credit card, if you are a citizen who do not have a credit card, you're basically fried because you have to make ends meet with $300 when you travel.
Madam President, 46.1. This is not evidence of an inequitable system, Madam President. Because I could get money then and can't get it now is not a sign of inequity.
Senator Dinnerine, continue.
Thank you, Madam President. I was just about to wrap up this point. And so what I'm trying to say, Madam President, is that we have to ask the question is, have we really gone backwards in 40 years? Have we regressed with respect to the welfare of the people with the existing foreign exchange policy? Madam President, let me move on. The government arriving at the conclusion from me piloting this motion that I'm speaking about MSMEs that import fully manufactured goods with no value added is quite unfortunate. It shows, for the want of a better word, not a proper understanding of industrial economics and how interlinkages and interdependencies in an economy work. Madam President, this mere misunderstanding of interlinkages in the economy can cause government policy by default to starve off critical MSMEs who support potential exporters from the necessary foreign exchange. Now, because it did not come out in the debate, I took the liberty to reach out to the Central Statistical Office to really get some data on the quantity of micro, small, and medium enterprises in Trinidad and Tobago. Provisional data, according to the CSO, indicates that for 2019, we had 16,900 MSMEs operating in Trinidad and Tobago. Of those 16,900 MSMEs, 12,000 firms are micro enterprises. 12,000. 3,476 are small enterprises. So a mere 15,476 firms belong to the MSME sector, more than 75%. Of these 16,900 firms, 789 firms are non-energy manufacturing firms. So, Madam President, based on this information, it tells me that the government policy with the Exim Bank, which focuses on manufacturing for exports, targets 5% of MSMEs in Trinidad and Tobago. Right now, only 182 firms are currently supported via the Exim Bank. That is less than 1% of MSMEs in the country. Let us continue. Of those 16,900 MSMEs, we have 6,894 micro and small enterprises that fall in the category of wholesale and retail trade. These are businesses involved in merchandise, buy and sell businesses, businesses that are usually scorned upon and considered as businesses that are a drain on foreign exchange in the country. But, Madam President, it is a sector which contributes 17% of GDP. Wholesale and retail trade are largely import reliant. Is it that government's policy is suggesting that firms are not deserving of Forex because they don't export? What government policy is falling short of understanding is that some of these firms too should be included because they may provide critical inputs to the export sector. So we need to understand that if we do not support them at an early stage for the lack of foreign exchange, they would not grow, and exports in Trinidad and Tobago would be jeopardized. It would not increase. Our policy that we are trying to achieve would be jeopardized. An interesting thing when Senator Sipasad spoke is that she indicated quite correctly that no business in Trinidad and Tobago can continue to exist with some form of foreign exchange input. That is what we need to understand, Madam President. We need to understand which sectors of the economy foreign exchange input is crucial before we can make a broad brush statement that MSMEs that import things are a drain on foreign exchange reserves. A foreign exchange allocation policy to support exporters and building export capacity, etc., cannot be made without a comprehensive understanding of how the outputs from different sectors are used up as inputs in other sectors. We need to understand how crucial are non-competitive imports, how much value added each sector generates. The government does not have the data to know which firms contribute indirectly to exports and which don't. So is it that we, without this data, because several speakers spoke about data, is it that without this data, we are making policy and excluding everybody in a blanket? This is an analysis, this input-output analysis that I'm referring to usually comes from something called a supply-use table that the Central Statistical Office computes. It should be done on a regular basis, but the last supply-use table for Trinidad and Tobago was done 22 years ago, in 2000. 22 years ago. So, yes, Madam President, I understand what the government is saying regarding the use of Exim Bank. They have provided support to 182 firms, 122 of whom are exporters. But without an input-to-output table to understand how goods and services are transformed or used up in the production processes for various sectors, to understand how value is added across sectors, then most respectfully, Madam President, it is impossible to know which of the 16,000 remaining MSMEs that should be excluded. It is impossible to know. And since it is impossible to know, then it cannot be that government policy is correct. It cannot be that government policy is correct because it does not have the data which gives critical information for setting policy that the government has outlined to navigate the tight foreign exchange market. Is it that the government is shooting in the dark? Now, Madam President, let me move on. While I understand the merits which these initiatives that were mentioned during the debate may bring, I know the Minister of Trade is extremely passionate of her work. They are commendable initiatives. I myself attend to a lot of the sessions that are held virtually with Export TT. But it is important to understand, for the government to understand that there is a time lag before such policies have the intended effect, where firms can reach to the point where they are creating or generating foreign exchange, or where they can even be considered a firm or a micro firm that has potential for export. Prior to becoming a forex earner, policy really should be dealing with ramping up production. Foreign exchange as an input into production. So essentially what I'm arguing is for an increase in the range of products we now create in Trinidad and Tobago. We need to understand that this will take its own while before these products get into the market. But unless we produce, Madam President, we have nothing to export in 5 to 10 years' time. To be a net exporter, you need to grow. In order for you to grow, you need the necessary foreign exchange to reach to the point where you are considered a potential exporter. I thank Senator Dr. Dillon Remy for referring to Tobago. She spoke of a situation of a particular firm in the construction sector. But I too reached out to Tobago and I spoke to a couple micro entrepreneurs in Tobago. One particular person who spoke of their successes in an export TT session in penetrating the export market indicated that it took them 10 years. 10 years before they were able to export. 10 years, Madam President. And this is 10 years with multiple support grants from the government. The Exim Bank, for example, as well, they have a handful of firms that have become net exporters. Only a handful of firms since the initiation of this program. You know, Madam President, there's one thing that I have learned with business. In business, especially when you are a one-man operation or a two-man operation, basically a micro-enterprise, you have to move quick to take advantage of opportunities or to ensure that you do not lose out. You have to move or you don't move at all. So I understand for an existing business, established business, the Exim Bank is going to provide the support for you. What about the startups? You see an opportunity to take advantage of. You cannot go to the Exim Bank because the Exim Bank basically wants established businesses, businesses who are able to account for at least 3 years of 3 years of financial statements and already have a track record of becoming a potential exporter. And so with the policy of the Exim Bank favoring only established businesses, is it that we are killing off our startups? Imagine someone who needs to import machinery to start its business. He has no export connections, no bank connections. He has no market, but he still needs to produce. Before he begins to export, he needs to produce. Before you export, you have to produce it. Before you produce it, you have to have machines. If you don't get the foreign exchange, you will most likely not produce. The commercial bank also wouldn't give you any money because, as I mentioned during the piloting of my motion, they don't have time with you unless you take a loan with the bank. And let me stick a pin here. Senator Dr. Dialsing, Senator West, and Senator Leiter actually spoke about commercial banks as profit maximizers. And they alluded to the fact that bank managers are the ones who make the decision on who gets the foreign exchange. Madam President, I would like to agree with many of the speakers. We need a call for more transparency with the allocation by the commercial banks. While Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago do have guidelines, it's just simply not working. Now, from what I understand, the Central Bank could request information from the commercial banks to see whom they are selling the foreign exchange to. But from my understanding, from my conversation with bankers, that is not what is happening right now. It could happen, but it is not happening. Senator West, also Minister of Public Administration, also spoke about the fact that, Suriname, and that is where she spoke about the consequences of a devaluation in the exchange rate. But, and I want to tie in a point by Senator Timal here, where he spoke of the rationing as a short-term measure. And that is the reality, because that is what Suriname did. They continued to ration for multiple years. They tried to maintain the exchange rate until they had no choice but to devalue. So they moved from an exchange rate from Surinamese dollars to US dollar from $2.70 in 2005 to today an exchange rate of $21 to $1 US. Madam President, as I continue, because time is moving on very quickly, I want to draw reference to something that Senator Leiter said, and it has to do with the fact that he drew personal reference to the fact that he is able, as a distributor throughout the region, is able to maintain his operations because of having business outlets in other islands. And so he is able to continue his business operations in Trinidad and Tobago because he has accessibility to foreign exchange and from other bank accounts. Many businesses are actually doing this.
Senator Dinnerine, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. The current situation is one that encourages businesses to not keep their foreign accounts here, contributing to a case of capital flight. Many businesses are actually maxing out their credit cards on a monthly basis just to be able to replenish their inventory. A parallel market have emerged at around $8 to $10. Many speakers alluded to that as well. So many businesses of a particular size, those who are more established, have found ways around the situation. Small businesses don't have this benefit. Startups don't have the benefit of external accounts or multiple branches to support their operations. So what this does is that it makes the current environment unfair and inequitable to the micro, small, and regular citizens. But what it also does, Madam President, is cause investments to flow out of the country via capital outflows. Businesses and citizens, once they are capable enough, seek to hold their foreign currency profits and investments abroad where there is ease of accessibility. So, you know what this does, Madam President? It actually impacts negatively on our foreign reserves account. In the first 3 months of 2022, this year, we saw US $227 million reduced in our net official foreign reserves. According to the Article 4 report done by the IMF, which was published recently, alluded to the fact that capital outflows continues to be a problem. And because of this issue of capital outflows, it projects a decline in our foreign reserves over the medium term. And as I quote, it says, the reason for this is that as residents continue to invest abroad and the foreign exchange intervention policy continues, the IMF projects that continued capital outflows to be larger than the anticipated recovery of the current account balance over the medium term, resulting in a gradual decline in reserves to 7 months of imports by 2027. So this is more reason to develop a comprehensive foreign exchange management policy. The Roadmap for Recovery, Vision 2030, the trade policy are all commendable, but time has come for these policies to be revisited. They were crafted prior to the massive global shocks that we are currently facing, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, the geopolitical tensions from the Ukraine-Russia crisis. Policy intervention, policy design, and implementation needs to be agile in coping with multiple shocks at any one point in time. Something that is lacking in all these policies that was outlined by the government. So in conclusion, Madam President, it is not about taking the country back. It is not about looking at the country's current foreign exchange allocation system. It is about looking at the country's current foreign exchange allocation system. It is about instituting a system of equity. It is about increasing efficiency in resource allocation so that we can expand our entrepreneurial base, enabling the success of our policy initiatives of export diversification. Madam President, export expansion should not be reduced to institutional reorganization and trade promotion only without a proper understanding of domestic industrial linkages. If we are unable to develop intersectoral linkages and hence efficiently allocate foreign exchange resources, then our policy to diversify the export base would not be efficient and would not result in an efficient allocation of foreign exchange. Madam President, with that being said, I would like to move on an amendment to the motion. And let me see if I could do this quickly. The amendment is, be it resolved that this Senate call on the government to table in Parliament within 6 months a policy framework that will guide key stakeholders, including MSMEs, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, and commercial banks, on how government intends to navigate the tightness in the foreign exchange market, full stop. I have removed the words comprehensive and overcome the downside risk in recognition that those are absolute words, and it is rather very difficult in a dynamic environment with an energy-based economy that is constantly faced with volatility to overcome downside risks in the medium and long term, because policy measures are always subjected to revision. I beg to move.
Have you put your proposed amendment?
Yes.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, may I request a suspension for 10 minutes, please?
Honourable Senators, the sitting is suspended for 10 minutes.